Awesome.
It's like it's room for flesh. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Counsellors Christian College. My name is Jess Grounds. I'm the head of secondary here, and we're delighted to have you on campus with us today. Big welcome to the people who are joining us online today. Thank you for being with us. Hope you're cozy and you have a nice warm coffee with you. And for anyone who hasn't caffeinated yet, there is a coffee and tea station over in the corner there, as well as some bottled water. So please help yourself at any time to that. We're really excited about today, though we are doing one of our brand new pivot things. Today is a great pivot because our first speaker actually, I don't know how much I can share, but can't be here right now, has had a personal health situation, so there'll be an adjustment to the program this morning. But before we get into that, I just really wanted to esteem all of you who are here. The work that you do in schools is so valued and so challenging, and hope that today is a day of refreshment for everybody. We really value, and if I can speak on behalf of your exec too, I'm sure they're the same, really value the work that our counsellors, social workers and all the other variations of that type of work do in schools. So big thank you for what you do. Hope you can catch your breath a little bit today and connect with each other and feel encouraged throughout today. For some logistics, our toilets are, there's one just here, just next door, or if you go downstairs, there's a few options downstairs as well, so that's where they are. In case of an emergency, there's plenty of land to escape to, so feel free to just get out of the building. Proper muster point is up on the top oval, so just up the hill there. If you need first aid today, just let one of us know, but otherwise our student services building is our first aid hub. Okay, well, can I pray for us, and then I'll introduce our first made-up guest speaker. So, Father God, thank you for this time carved out for us today. Lord, I pray that your Spirit will move today and refresh each individual who's here, that whatever is weighing on our hearts for our students, our staff, our community, that you will take that burden from us, but also let there be moments today where ideas come, where we can sharpen and encourage each other. Pray for each of the speakers today, that you will flow through them and help us to really hear and receive today. And Lord, we pray for our school communities as they're working back on site today, that everyone will have a really smooth and peaceful day and a day of connection as well. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
So Peter might be able to zoom in with us a little bit later, we're not sure at this point. And so Justin is stepping in with 2 minutes notice to share this morning. So Justin is one of the social workers here at Counsellors Christian College, so we have a team of social workers and a couple of other degrees that are similar to that, who work in our responsible thinking classroom and work with our students on behaviour education as well as on their wellbeing. And so Justin's our team leader in that space. And he also runs, as part of that, the Loving Our Kids on Purpose for parents on Monday nights, most of the time through the year. And so he's going to share a little bit about that this morning and how that flows through to how we interact with our students. So big welcome and good on you, Justin.
Thank you. Hello. So yes, it is a bit last minute. I'm a bit nervous, so bear with me if I do stumble a little bit. But it is something that I'm very passionate about. I have 5 kids myself and have been utilising the Loving Kids on Purpose tools and processes, but also mainly the heart behind it in terms of raising my own kids, but also how I interact and what we do as a whole school community, both with staff, teachers, and in our department, of how we interact with our students and what we're wanting to actually do in terms of building those relationships and being able to input into them really well. So that's kind of some of the little bits and pieces we'll be covering today. I don't want to necessarily bore you with a lot of little nitty-gritty stuff, but I do want to give you a really good overall concept of the program. Normally when I'm running this for parents, it's 2 hours on a Monday night, and we run it over 5 5 weeks. So it's 2 hours of going through the information and giving some tools, and then them having a week of practicing those tools and coming back, and we discuss how they went, and I usually let them know how I didn't do so well that week, and then we sort of talk about that, and we move on from there, and then go for the next lot of information and next lot of tools. And so over those 5 weeks, it's actually a really progressive program that then sort of builds into just giving them another set of skills. I'm not saying that their toolbox isn't great, it's saying, hey, here's another set of tools you can use. You've got these great tools, have another set that work really well. So it's around building their skills up and encouraging them in that concept. It does come from Denny Silk, from the Loving on Purpose. You can look up online, it's just Loving on Purpose. He wrote Keeping Your Love On, Loving Kids on Purpose, Culture of Honor, a whole bunch of books. Denny Silk is a social worker from America who was also one of the main leaders for Bethel, and has moved to Sacramento with Jesus Culture. So he is quite in those sort of areas, and he's written these books in terms of how he believes in interactions and from God's perspective and stuff like that. So the Father's heart, he sort of works on the concept and the scripture verse there from Malachi 4:6, and it's basically just building that construct of coming back to the actual connection with the people in our lives. You know, the students that we have, our own kids, our teammates, the people that we interact with on a daily basis. And it's just around really focusing on that. Obviously, when I'm presenting this, it's to parents, so we're really focusing on, you know, parents' hearts to their fathers and the children's hearts to their parents. So this is I'm going to share this clip with permission. I do have permission from Denny Silk to be doing this sort of stuff, and he's actually come out to our school in 2018 to run a course. So that was really good to have him here and have him inputting into our teachers and our community. But this is a clip that talks about the connections that we have, and it shows you just a little bit.
In the middle of the biggest mistake, the whole story of the prodigal son, this kid's making the worst mistake of his life.
Yeah.
And the father is looking for him in that story. In the Bible, where you see a picture of the father running, is that story. And where do you want the father to be when you're failing? You want him right next to you. And as a parent, when your kid is struggling, when they're failing, where do you want to be? You want to be right next to him. And the only way you can get up next to him is if you're connected to them. Because if you're not connected, they won't receive it. And it's just priority over everything else, over any rule, over television, over homework, over friends, over all of it. Over the spilt milk or the whatever is going on in your house. Your relationship with that child is way more important than any of those things. It's not that you can't deal with it or you have to not address it or deal with the problem, but priority, the connection is the biggest priority. The biggest problem that you have right then is any disconnect that you're having. The scripture, Psalm 32, 8-9. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will guide you with my eye, and do not be like the horse or like the mule, which have no understanding, which must be harnessed with a bit and a bridle, or they will not come near you. The Lord's saying, hey, look in my eyes. What I should be able to look in his eyes and know how he feels about me. Not the evil eye, but the loving eye of the Father. He's directing us. We should be so connected to him that we know the second that we've heard him. I know the second that I've heard the Lord. I mean, that's the goal. Not always. If I'm disconnected or I'm not paying attention, then he's not able to look in my eye, and I need a rule. See? I need a rule if I can't do it with just connection. And Love is way better than rules. I'm going to show you this video. It's a gal. Her name's Stacy Westfall. She's actually a trainer of horses, and she's coming into this arena. She's riding her horse, and there's no bit, there's no bridle, there's no saddle, and she does this whole performance with little teeny pressures and movements and commands. There's no whip, there's no bit, there's no rule. It's just relationship, her and her horse and her little movements as she moves him about the arena. So watch this video.
This will be draw 3, exhibitor number 3353, Wizards Baby Doll, owned by Greg Gessner of Stuttsburg, Ohio. Stacy Westfall will be riding. Stacy Westfall and Wizards Baby Doll. Stacy would like to dedicate this ride to her dad, who went to live in heaven just 24 days ago. Thanks for teaching me to keep trying new things. Stacy Westfall.
Said I was in my early 40s with a lot of life before me. And a moment came that stopped me on a dime. I spent most of the next days looking at the x-rays, talking about the options and talking about the sweet time. I asked him when it sank in that this might really be the real end. How's it hit you when you get that kind of news? Man, what you do? He said, "I'm someday I hope you get the chance to live like you were dying."
So that video goes on, and if you want to see the end, I can play it later in one of the breaks, but I didn't want to keep it going because it goes for quite some time. And in the end, she actually stands up on the horse's back, all without any sort of equipment or anything, just the connection she has with the horse. And I've forgotten her name now. Denny's Brittany? No, that's daughter. Sherry, thank you. Like Sherry was saying, it's around that connection. And if we're thinking about the students that we're interacting with and the things that we're trying to teach them and the journey we're trying to take them on, if we don't have that connection, it's really hard to, we're just relying on the rules. And rules without relationship, it tends to equal rebellion, because they just get that whole, well, I'm not going to do that, am I? That sort of bravado up and stuff like that. Especially teenagers. Teenagers love that sort of, no, I'm not going to do it just because you told me to, that type of thing. So when we have that relationship, we actually had a Year 11 student in our room the other day, and we're having to talk to him quite about some serious matters. He's a student we've worked with since primary school, and we've gone through some pretty big things with him. I've actually known him for quite some time, and the interactions that we've had led to, at that moment, he was not only willing to share information with us, but he was also receiving what we had to be able to input into him. Right up to the point where we had to leave him for a little while, and we had a little prep student that was quite upset. He actually sat down with the prep student and helped us out in the room and just sort of worked with that prep student in the same way he's seen us work with him. And to me, that just sort of, I just went, oh wow, you know, that so shows that what we've been doing over the years does have an impact, and it does actually have that flow-on effect of when we're you know, building that connection and we're building those relationships with our students, and we're actually putting in the time and the effort in that relationship to love on them, it actually pays dividends, and we can see the actual results of that. And that's what we're working on when we're looking at bringing these concepts into the classroom and into our teachers' interactions with the students. Yes, we have rules across the school. They should be posted up in every classroom. You know, so this school still has processes and policies and rules that we have to follow. But like Sherry was talking about, it's not that we don't have to deal with them. It's just that the relationship is the most important thing in the interactions. So how do we then maintain that relationship whilst dealing with all these other things, and whilst we're dealing with the behaviours that we see, especially considering, you know, we work from prep to year 12, so there's a range of different sort of behaviours you're seeing, and range of different social interactions that we're having to deal with, and I know you guys are doing the same thing in terms of, you know, just it's a different day and age to when we were at school. You know, they're dealing with similar things, but it's a lot easier to access and a lot easier to make mistakes in certain ways. And what how we sort of integrate that is that, yeah, you've made a mistake. Let's get alongside you to teach you how to fix it. And let's love on you through this mistake and through the ability to actually learn from it. And we work from that angle. So I love this little clip. This one's a lot shorter. So
1 minute. 1 minute, please. Time, thank you. Could you all please put down your pens and bring your papers to the front of the room? Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, you're too late. Gave you plenty of warnings about time. You failed. Sorry.
Excuse me, do you know who I am?
I have absolutely no idea.
Good.
now that's actually an ad for the Scratchy, but it also shows how intelligent our students can be. You know, kids are smart. They think outside the box. You know, and it's great to see that they're thinking outside the box. I actually, a couple of our students the other, a while back now, came up with this way around one of our rules. And I went, oh, that is so smart. You know, well, I was celebrating the fact that our kids were smart. You know, we then sort of had to sit down with them and talk about, you know, it's not the most appropriate use of their smarts, but they're quite intelligent. So trying to squish that isn't really our job, and it's not what we want to do. We want to encourage and celebrate their ingenuity and their intelligence and their ability to think outside the box, and we want that to improve. So in doing that, if my relationship with, and I'm going to demonstrate here, if my relationship with somebody, just hold on to it for me. Yeah, that's it. So that's our relationship. But if I want to pull it, that didn't work. You know, if it's not that strong, if I need him to come with me, he's not going to. But if I build it, and usually I use a leather strap here, because leather's a lot stronger than a lot of things, and people understand that. But if my relationship is stronger, and I need to pull on it a bit to get him to learn something or to come with me for a bit, he's going to come. It could, yeah, you can look at now. Thank you. I appreciate the demonstration. So it's that concept of, if I build that relationship strong, when I need to, I can pull hard. And that relationship's not going to break. Some of those times, and this is one of the demonstrations I use, is with my children, when Fortnite came out. My eldest son was like, "Oh, Dad, there's this new game, I need to play Fortnite. I need to get Fortnite." And I had, up to that point, been working really hard on my relationship with him and talking to him about why I make decisions and how I make those decisions about what movies and games he was allowed to watch, because a lot of his friends could watch a lot of things that I wasn't letting him watch. And I said to him at the time, "No." And he said, "But why?" And I said, "At the moment, I just need you to trust me, please." And he went, "Okay." He didn't play the game. 6 months later, he's come to me and said, "Oh, Dad, I'm so glad you didn't let me play that game." And then listed off all these things that his friends were doing that he didn't like, all the behaviors that he was seeing and the interactions he was seeing that he didn't actually like. And he put it down to is, 6 months ago they weren't playing the game, now they are. And he came up with that himself. You know, that strength to be able to pull on that, so that he didn't then go behind my back to get the game. My daughter has actually stopped her entire class from watching a movie so the teacher could ring me to find out if it was okay for her to watch that movie, because she wasn't quite sure if I would let her watch that movie. You know, that's the type of relationship I want to have with my kids. At school, how that plays out is, when I get called to a classroom because a grade 2 student or grade 1 student is having a tantrum, because I've built that relationship with them in prep and through grade 1 in our interactions, when I get down to the classroom, there are things that I can pull on that then they start to come with me and they start to calm down. You know, and there's times where you know, they get referred up to us and they're a little bit older and you have to go down to the tech sheds because emotions are flying around high, and you get down there and they're refusing to move. I don't even say a word and I'm talking to somebody else and I catch their eye and all I do is a little head nod and off they go. Because that connection with that student is so strong that he knows that I trust him and he trusts me. We have that connection and he knows that I'm going to help him through this rather than to yell or scream or carry on about it. Yeah. So that's how it sort of plays out. And how we build that, and we ask this question a lot of ourselves in our room, but also of our teachers with their students. And how we build that is we utilize the 5 love languages. Has everyone heard of the 5 love languages? Yeah, I thought in a group like this I wasn't going to go through them all because I thought most of you would have heard of it. If you haven't, search it up. They're really easy to find out. So there's gifts, words of affirmation. Now I'm going to make sure I get them all because you all heard about them. Physical touch, so acts of service, and quality time. Yep, I should remember that. That's one of mine. So we utilise them, and a lot of our primary school staff also sometimes actually have a list on their students as to what they think their students' love languages are, and sometimes have even gone through the process of doing the little quiz with their students so that they can learn what their love language is and be able to speak in that way to their students. And that's one way we build that connection, you know, speaking the language of love to the individual that they actually are going to understand. The other way is being able to maintain our own calm. You know, being calm in a situation. Yes, they've made a big mess by whatever it is they've done in the classroom or whatever it is they've done in their life. How are we going to react to that? And that reaction then comes across really, really important, really strong in their thoughts. You know, are we going to be the big yellow truck over the top of them and just try to railroad them into doing our way? I noticed last night I was a bit short with my daughter and I became the big yellow truck because she was not doing what I asked her to do, and I just raised my voice because I was tired and I wasn't doing the right thing. I wasn't maintaining my calm. I became the big yellow truck and I steamrolled her into doing what I needed her to do. And because she's 7, that was real easy. My 15-year-old son, who's broader than I am and taller than I am, if I'm trying to steamroll him, the only reason he would even give in is because of the relationship that we have already. Yeah. He's bigger, stronger, taller than I am in every way. But because of the relationship, if I ask him to come, he will. If I ask him to help out, he will. If I pull him up for something, he'll stop and listen. We covered that one. If you love me, you'll keep my commands. There's no fear in love. So perfect fear casts out all love. So if you love me, you'll keep my commands. We're going on the concept of it's around that relationship. I know I work hard on not breaking the 10 commandments because I know it's going to hurt God. Not because I think it's against the rules. I know it's going to hurt my Father, so therefore I don't want to do it. And that's what we're trying to get our students to understand, is the impact that their actions have on the people around them and on that relationship. So my personal kids know that if they do something, that's going to impact our relationship. And so therefore they choose not to do those things because of that. One of the reason is because of that. When we're working with our students at school, I had a student last week when I was talking to them, and they said, "You don't look mad at me." I said, "That's because I'm not mad." And they said, "But I did this." And I went, "Yes, I know. But you're not happy." And I went, "No, I'm not happy." He was trying to work out what emotion I was feeling. And I worked with this student for at least 2 years now. And the student said, "Are you disappointed in me?" And literally, his whole demeanor dropped. And I said, "Yeah, a little. Because I thought you would be able to do better in this. And we've tried these strategies before." And he went, "Oh." And that actually meant more than if I was mad at him. Being mad at him, he could handle that. He was used to that. But having that disappointment, he didn't like that one. Yeah. We were able to then work through those mistakes and come up with other strategies that he's been able to implement since, which is really good. I was really happy about that. But it's around that, keeping my own calm and being able to maintain that. So there's no fear in love. How much time do I have? Ethan? How am I going?
Yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah, sweet. There's just this... yeah, I'll play this one, because this one's fun.
Welcome back. So glad you could make it back. Yeah. This session, what I'd like to cover with you is really the battle between fear and love, and the environment that you're creating. How many of you like snakes? Then you're really going to like this.
All right, I've watched that so many times now that I just love watching people's reactions. So what's just happened there is, especially that response that you had, was your amygdala going skyrocketing straight away because of that concept of fear. Yeah, and fear in and of itself is not necessarily completely bad, because it does keep us alive. That's why we drive so sensibly. But when it comes to having that connection with the student and them actually being able to learn something, if they're fearful, they're not going to learn. They're going to try everything they can to stay in survival mode and to survive the situation. So if they're fearful of the outcome, if they're fearful of your reaction, if they're fearful of what's going on in the classroom, they're actually not learning anything. And it comes down, and it's the same in when we're dealing with their behaviour, or when they're in the classroom, or when they're in the playground. If they're fearful, they're not learning. And what we want them to be able to do is to be able to learn from their mistakes, learn through their behaviours, learn how different strategies to be able to take into the next situation so they're not making that same mistake again. You know, hands up if, well, no, I won't get hands up, but have a think about just a rhetorical question of, you know, how many mistakes have we made today? How many mistakes have we made this week as individuals? You know, as adults who supposedly know better. You know, I don't know about you, but I've made a heap. Probably made some already this morning if I actually stopped to think about it. But it's not about necessarily having a go at ourselves for making those mistakes. It's about learning from them and getting our students to be comfortable to do that. So choices is something that we introduce in terms of in giving them that freedom, that responsibility, and passing it on to the individual. At Parklands, we call it behaviour education simply because on a good day, I can manage myself. And that's when I'm having a good day. If I'm not having a good day, I go into yellow truck mode sometimes, especially with my own kids, not necessarily at school. But what I can do is I can educate somebody else to be able to control themselves. I can educate somebody else into giving them strategies of how they can then learn from their mistakes. Part of that is by giving them choices. Had multiple times a student that's refusing to get out of the car, especially in primary school. You get the call, you go down, meet them in the car. I've literally walked into a situation, I've said, right, do you want to undo your belt or would you like me to? And they think about it for a second, like, I want to. So they undid their belt. So do you want to grab your bag on your way out or would you like me to grab it for you? You can grab my bag, thanks. I was like, do you want to open the door or do you want me to open the door for you? Oh, I'll open the door. Awesome. He opened the door. Would you like to walk with me or would you like to run up to the zebra crossing? I'll walk with you. I went, sweet. Are you going to carry your bag now or do you want me to? Well, you can. And it was just those choices the whole way along, just giving him choices. We went from the car right up to his classroom. And the whole way, he was calm, he was happy, I was calm, I was happy, and all I did was give him choices the whole way. A lot of the time when we're dealing with students that are really quite upset in the classroom or are refusing to do what the teachers ask them to do, we start giving them choices. Would you like to do A or would you like to do B? Now, remember the scratchy? Yeah? Our kids are smart, so what are they going to usually, a lot of the time do? C. What about option C? I'd like to do this. Now, there are times where option C, I've gone, yeah, okay, let's do option C. Because it's something that I hadn't thought of, but still works. So I go, yes. A lot of the time I say, nice try. Would you like to choose or would you like me to choose? You know, and again, it's a choice. You're giving them the power. You're giving them the freedom to make these choices. Yes, 5 minutes. Oh, cool. So it's around just giving them the choices as you're going along. It's the same with, there's been times, not every time, but there has been times where we've actually given the outcome of, so the consequence of their actions, we've actually given the choice to the student. Would you like to do jobs around blah, blah, blah to build that connection again, or would you like to do this one? You know, and they take those choices, and a lot of the time they'll tell you what the outcome will be. We've got to the point where now some students walk in and say, this is my consequence. And we go, hang on, we don't even know what's going on yet. But they already know because they know the process. They know the relationship that we have. They know what the connection is there. And they know we're not going to be mad. They know that we're just going to help them through the process and learning through that. So that works really well. So we talk about that. We also talk about what's our big red button. We've all got one. And I know in working with students tend to always be able to learn what our big red buttons are and be able to try to push them every time they have a chance to. Now, in some people in our team, the big red button is disrespect. So how a student speaks to somebody else will be their big red button. Other times it's the... I'm just trying to think whose big red buttons is whose. I can't remember everybody's. So my big red button is when they fail to take responsibility for their own actions. That's my big red button. And when that happens, I need to start to make sure that I maintain my calm a lot faster, because that's more likely when I'm going to get frustrated and when I'm going to start to stir up. So the question we ask our teachers are, what is your big red button? Because guaranteed, your students are going to push it. So how are you going to deal with that when they do push it? So coming up with a plan already in place. Being prepared for the fact that our students do think outside the box and they learn how to actually lift the button, and sometimes there's a combination code and they learn what that is, and then they know how to then push that button. Yeah. So we talk about the connection, empowerment, which is around the choices, creating a safe place, and working out of unconditional love. I've only got a little bit of time. So the one-liners, these are things that we give our teachers as of ways of never arguing with the students again. So things like, I know, probably so, that could be, I don't know, nice try. Those are the one-liners that we give. I've actually worked with a student who's now in year 7, and I was working with her when she was in year 5, and she was chucking the largest tantrum and the loudest one, and right in the stairwell just outside the classroom. So it was echoing really like heaps. So I get the call down. This is my first year working here, and I'm like, this is great. I'm the professional. I'm supposed to know what to do, and this kid is screaming. What the heck am I doing? So there's that internal thing. I just use the one-liners. She's yelling and screaming. I said, I know. Probably so. I know. I know. I know. And I did that for a little while, and I started to move. And as I started to move, she came with me. And by the time we made it to our room, she was calm, she was quiet, and she was able to tell us what was going on for her. Yeah? Which was largely around well-being stuff, actually. So it was quite interesting. But just that I know, probably so, just sort of calmed her down and just being able to interact with her. I didn't say them sarcastically. I didn't say them as a put down or anything like that. It was literally I can hear you. Yeah. One of the teachers one year said, no, this stuff doesn't work. Well, probably so. Honestly, for 5 minutes, this teacher went through this and we literally used the one-liners on them. And at the end, he went, this is ridiculous. Walked away, came back 30 seconds later and went, done it, it works. And then he started using it a lot and became one of our advocates for utilizing the one-liners in the school. So those one-liners actually really help in terms of our interactions with our young people. And that's one thing that we do promote, is the fact that you never have to argue with the child again if we use those one-liners. In our interactions, one time when I was doing it with some parents, and they had 4 kids. We were running a kids program along the side of the parent one at the time, and their kids were with them. So from our rooms to the car park, they started using the one-liners. The next day, I got a coffee mug saying, "Thank you very much because they work so well." They saw the change overnight in how they were interacting with their kids just by using the one-liners. So they really do work, and they're really quite effective. Yes, we use them in the classroom as well, and yes, we use them in the playground. A lot in the playground, especially if you're on duty. You would know that you get bombarded by 100 million kids coming up to you all the time, talking about all different things. We also utilise, especially in the primary school, a thing called Friendship 8, which is giving them 8 strategies of how they can deal with friendship issues so that they're not coming to an adult straight away, that they're trying to be able to use them themselves. Spooking on the bus is a great story, but we don't have time for that right now. So, but it's just around giving responsibility back to the individual. Basically what's happened is Denny's son has left his bag on the bus, and he had snuck his hamster to school that day in his bag. So his hamster's lost on the school bus somewhere in the California area. And Danny is trying to talk to him about what that looks like and what he can do to actually fix this problem. Because Danny knows where his bag is. It's around that student picking up on that. We utilise that especially with lost lunches. Like, I didn't bring my lunch to school today. I don't have the right uniform. Oh no, what are you going to do? You know, what can you do? What can you do next time to be prepared and ready, and those sorts of things. So, oh no, what are you going to do? How's that working out for you? We use that one a lot. How's that working out for you? You know, because they've been trying to fix their mistakes. They've been trying to deal with their situations a lot, and a lot of the time they'll pick up on that, but they don't necessarily know how to. And using that, how's that working out for you? And they go, oh, not so well. Great, I got some suggestions. Would you like to hear them? Then you can give them the strategies, because they're ready now to learn. They're ready now to open up and just have that opportunity to pour into there. No problem is a good one, because it's no problem for me, but possible problem for them. You know, if they don't want to talk to me, no problem. It's not my problem. It could be a problem for them because, you know, we need to work through some stuff, but it's not a problem for me. Yeah. Fun to be with. This one's a really good one in terms of building that. Some of the other ones, we don't have quite so much time because I believe time's up. So thank you for listening, and hopefully you grab
Big thank you, Justin, for pulling that together for us this morning. We've had a question online about someone would love to know more about the Friendship 8. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. So the Friendship 8, so 8 strategies we have, mainly in the primary school, although we do talk to the high schoolers about it. We just use different language. And it's things like walking away, saying stop, I don't like that, and talking it through. Scissors, paper, rock is one of our Friendship 8 strategies, especially like, I want to play this game. Oh no, I want to play this game. Well, scissors, paper, rock. Then you get to, whoever wins gets to choose. I don't know if you have handball at your school, but if you do, I don't know how many times we've had to deal with fights around is it out or is it a fool? Is it, you know, all those sorts of things. So scissors, paper, rock works really well there as well. You know, scissors, paper, rock, done. Saying sorry, talking it through, going to the quiet garden. So we actually have a quiet garden set up in our space, so they actually have a space where they can go and sit and just be able to calm themselves down and to be able to self-regulate and just get away from the situation. Have I covered them all? Walk away. Oh, choose another activity. If you're not liking what's happening, go play a different sport. Go play a different game. Go play something else. Go find another group of friends that you can play with. You know, there's a lot of things you could be doing without getting really upset about that particular event. So we're just trying to give them those skills and be able to give them the ability for them to be able to apply these things in their own life before having to come to an adult to try and fix things for them. And that's when they do try to come to fix for them. Oh no, what are you going to do? Is our first response. Have you tried one of these? You know, and stuff like that. And we always point them to that, to be able to build those skills within themselves. Yep. So hopefully that fixed that question. Answered it.
That learning for themselves is eye-opening for me when I transitioned from a teacher in the school to head of school, as some of our high schoolers who were quite regular experiencers of this process and reflection and taking responsibility. They'll come into my office, take their hat off, sit down. Morning, miss, messed up. And I'm just like, go for it. I've done this thing, it was wrong because of this, it's impacted these people, I fixed it up by doing this, the next time I'm in this situation I'm going to do this. And that's it. Okay, have a good day. And I don't have to say anything. When they get really good at doing all of this and reflecting and taking on board, which is amazing skill set as they become young adults and live here. So. Wonderful, thank you, Justin. Morning tea is ready, so it's just over there. Gluten-free and dietary has been identified there, some more cold drinks and so on. And we're now back on track to begin our next session at 10:30. So please have a good chat, ask questions, share with each other over morning tea about your experiences and challenges in your school. And remember, bathrooms just next door or downstairs. We'll be back ready to go 10:30. Thank you.
Awesome.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
There is a hot fix, so please help yourself while it's warm.
So I love that town, especially that town on
I haven't seen them.
I actually found that you can find that one on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually found that one.
I haven't gotten
He uses it as his thing. It's just like pressure.
got to be on a plane at 2, so.
Yes.
No, another list. It's another list. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to those online. We hope you had a nice morning tea as well. So I have the great privilege of introducing Peter, and I would presume everyone knows Peter. That's how I feel. But I did work with Peter for 10 years in his education schools program, and so I have learnt about the man himself, and a man of great integrity, and I've benefited from learning from him for a long time, and a friendship as well. But professionally, he started off as a man arts teacher, did some work with Scripture Union, started Peter Janetsky and Associates in 1994. He's done his Master of Social Sciences and Counselling or something like that. A man who loves to do research and very well-informed person. So very, very welcome here, Peter. You've been a friend of Parklands for a long time, and so let's enjoy our next session. So
Thanks, Jess.
Peter.
I think I know most people. There's a few faces that don't know me, and I don't know who's online. But when Lynn was talking to me about it, I wanted to pick up the whole thing around conflict in the COVID era, and because if you've not been living under a rock, is that there's actually been a whole heap of divisiveness, even in the community of faith. You know, the whole vaccine mandate, conspiracy theory, and how that's flown on. And so what I want to do is talk about that. But the first question is, how do you make sense of it? How have you understood what's gone on? And I'm going to say on the outset is that COVID is the catalyst. That's all. COVID's not the cause. COVID is a catalyst. There's other stuff going on, but I'm wondering how you've made sense of what your experience has been, because I've actually been in some conversations that have been very polarising, and I've got friends who, they've been ostracised by long-term friends because they didn't agree. Now, I don't know if you've come across that sort of experience, lots of nodding going on. So I'm wondering what's going on, how you think you make sense of it.
My making sense of it has been, the best analogy I can come up with is the other day when I was looking for some firewood, I picked up a log and it was riddled underneath with cockroaches, a spider ran out, that sort of thing that you would never have known there. So what COVID has done is it's lifted the lid on what's really there and going on for people.
Yep.
And especially as a Christian and as someone who's committed to the kingdom of God and what that looks like, the church. That's what I see. It's an opportunity for us as humans in our society to see what's going on.
Yep. So one of my thoughts is, what are the cockroaches, spiders and snakes? Because that's what I want to talk about today, is what's underneath this.
I think we're in a society, if you don't agree with me, then you're pushed to the side unless you're on the, that we've got to accept those sorts of opinions and different things, and we can't agree to disagree on have healthy debate and sort of discussion around these things. Like, you watch the news and it's like how to not invite your family member who's unvaccinated to Christmas, and just like all these things, you're like, it's just crazy. Like, it's just, how did we come to just pushing people to the side just because of a choice? Like that to me, just we're, humans and we all make different decisions, and whether we agree with those or not doesn't mean we discredit them.
And then my question is, how did we end up in that place? What's been the journey to get to that place? All right, that's what I want to unpack. All right, of what has actually been the journey. So it's a bit of some of social psychology stuff that I want to talk about. And I want to give credit to this book. And if I've recommended this book and I've plugged this book lots, and if you've not read it, you need to read it. It's probably the best social psychology book of its time. The Coddling of the American Mind, How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure. It's built on 3 premises. So the first premise is the untruth of fragility, which is what doesn't kill you makes you weaker. All right. The second one is the untruth of emotional reasoning. Always trust your feelings. And the third untruth is us versus them. Life is a battle between good and evil people. And so that isolation, if you don't agree with me, you must be bad, you must be evil. And they spend the whole book, it is thoroughly researched, full of wonderful anecdotal stories. And so I want to give acknowledgement to this because this is what has helped me to understand the journey and unpack it a bit. And so I'm going to unpack a bit of these, but it's about, and they don't use the word resilience intentionally. They talk about fragility and they talk about anti-fragility. How do we help young people not be fragile? Because we've got a whole generation of people who become incredibly fragile. And there's a number of factors contributing to that. All right. iGen, and another good book. And so Generation Z or iGen, so that's the Zoomers, the demographic cohort succeeding millennials, preceding Generation Alpha. So my grandkids are Generation Alpha. And most of the Generation Z are children of Gen X. So they're born between 1995 and 2012, and they actually comprise the most important generation in the nation's history, both in size, composition, and being digital natives. So we're talking anyone between the age of 10 to 27.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what's really important when we talk about some dates is that these ones now are all the ones that are post-university, but if we go back a few years, is that when they were at university and colleges, it was really, really important. And to understand a bit about iGen. And iGen particularly is that we've seen increase of mental illness, we've seen an increase particularly in anxiety and depression, we've seen increase in lack of coping skills, we've seen an increase in lack of self-management skills. All right. And if we wanted to talk about entitlement and narcissism, that's where we've seen an increase in that. All right. And I'm not going to run the clip, but I will pass on the slides anyway. You'll get the slides. But if you want to grab your phone and take a picture, that's the YouTube. And that's actually Jean talking about iGen, who's the researcher and author of the iGen book. All right. But what I want to start with is some significant dates. All right, and I think these are really, really important dates that we follow. So, 2003 August, it's a very significant date. Anybody know why?
The invention of the iPhone?
No, not quite. But actually, it was the development of the very first social media public forum, which was MySpace. And MySpace, in its day, at its peak, had 115 million users in its peak in 2008. It still gets 6.9 website visits, so it's still happening. All right, but it's in space. Okay, February 2004, Facebook. So again, 2.9 billion users globally. All right. And again, we're talking iGen, Gen Z. Very important. 2005, YouTube. So 2.1 billion users of YouTube. And in fact, for Gen Z, iGen, is that they actually use YouTube more than they use TV. Yeah. All right. And if you watch the patterns of YouTube, so they're watching shorter clips. So it's not like I'm watching a whole narrative. So, for example, I'm watching on Disney, This Is Us. It's a 5-season series. In-depth, complex narrative of people's lives. It's a fascinating story, but again, you're going to get it over longevity, whereas, you know, it's like sit down and watch a 2-hour movie is a rarity for some of these kids because everything's fast, sharp, changing, and instant. And that's one of the keys for Gen Z, the iGen, is everything's instant. Okay? And as a sideline issue to that, is that they're stimulating their nervous system and becoming adrenaline junkies and think that life is a series of highs, bang, 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 bang. They don't learn that life is mediocre with the occasional high. All right? And so the number one thing that they say is, I am bored. Now, I never said that when I was their age, because if I said I was bored, I was given a list of jobs to do. All right? And we made our own fun. All right? I do acknowledge I'm a bit geriatric, but that's still what happened. 2006, Twitter, 2.9 billion monthly active users. Then we go 2007, the iPhone. And what makes the iPhone significant? What's so significant about the iPhone?
Puts it all in your pocket.
Computer in your hand. The start of the smartphones. Now, I love my smartphone, but I've got a choice. Either my smartphone masters me or I master it. Either I be a tool of the technology or the technology is a tool for me. And so Gen Z has grown up as digital natives with this in their hand. And when they hit university, they had social media, everything on tap, instant bang, bang, bang. October 2010, Instagram. So 1 billion users every month. And then 2016 was TikTok, which 1 billion users daily when it's first started. So just to look at social media, just here's the graphics from Australia, is that, you know, if you look at total population, so just under 26 million, okay, and yet we have mobile connections, 123% in Australia. And then look at this, 91% of the population connected to the internet, and then we've got 82.7% on social media, active users. And it's fascinating because when we go into schools and do our schools program and we talk a bit about digital safety and being safe against online threats and pornography, is that it's amazing the number of kids in year 6 and 7 who are on social media, and yet the requirement is what age? 13. And I was actually talking to a school chaplain day before, and he said that his year 7 girls class that he spoke to, half of them were on social media. And I said to him, did you say to them, so did you lie about your age or did you get parental consent? Especially in a Christian school, you want to see kids cringe then, because they're supposed to be 13. And just another, this is Australian research too, is the use, if you look at the percentages and the hours that are used on social media Australia-wide. And if you want to go to the website, so it's the, I think it's called Digital 2022 Report Statistics. It's Australian, gives you a breakdown of age groups, everything. It's a fantastic website, all right?
What site?
It is, I think it is called Digital 2022 Stats, or just get here, all right? And that's just a straight rip-off. They've got all these lovely infographics, but they've got a breakdown of all the research. So you don't have to do all the research yourself, all right? So, if you were at my presentation last year when we talked about the gospel as the antidote to what's going on COVID, all right, this is just a repeat of a couple of slides, which is really important. So when our world feels out of control, all right, the more our need for control increases. The problem is we try to control things that we have no control over. And so the result of that is that anxiety, fear and insecurity increases. It doesn't decrease. Now, this is a very important concept, and it's not just to do with COVID, it's actually to do with probably one of the first social shifts that I'm going to talk about shortly. All right, and understanding that social shift, and then we're going to have a bit of a kick around what we're going to do with that. So this slide I did last time is that the environmental factors of the digital age combined with COVID have a strong influence on what's happening in young people's lives and in our social structure. So I talked about homeostasis and negative feedback loops last time, and I just want to revisit that. So human biology is designed to function well with negative feedback loops. Don't think of negative, positive as good and bad, okay? It's how we process information. So what happens is that when we have a negative feedback loop, so for example, if I get cold, my body says alarm, alarm, alarm. So what it does is that then it dampens all my systems so that it actually helps me to regain body temperature. So I've got to put a jacket on or I'm going to shiver or whatever. And the human body biologically is predominantly built on negative feedback loops. Now, the really only positive feedback loop is breastfeeding and giving birth. So what happens when a woman breastfeeds is that it triggers a hormonal reaction in the body, so she lactates more, her nipples open up for greater delivery of milk. So what that positive feedback loop does, accelerates the system. So it's an important concept here, is that negative feedback loops in the body are dampening, whereas positive feedback loops are accelerating. Now, understanding that is really, really, really important. So what negative feedback loops do is they suppress stuff in the system, whereas it actually amplifies in the positive feedback loop. So our bodies are wired for negative feedback loops. However, social media, internet marketing target and amplify positive feedback loops. That's the whole thing of algorithms. So now, not only do we have a generation of Z generation that life's a series of highs, but their whole systems are being amplified and activated. And where we're seeing this, and you guys will know this better than me, but one of the school chaplains that I supervise, just before the last break, had, I think, 5 or 6 of the really good Year 12 students on suicide plans. And I'm talking about this more and more, that education in the Western world is in a current crisis with a teacher shortage. And my part of the reason is that education in the Western world is becoming unsustainable to committed teachers and committed students. And why is that? Because in 40 years of being involved in education, we've just added into the curriculum, added in, what's been taken out? The only thing that's been taken out by being forced is play. That's madness. And I'm waiting for a government review to actually wake up and smell the roses and go, let's have an honest look at this. Let's not look at educational outcomes. Let's look at what we're doing to people's lives. Now, the problem is we've got Gen Zs coming into education as teachers who think that their experience of the world is normal when they've actually grown up in a world that's quite abnormal. And recently I got asked in a video Zoom meeting we did for the grad cert in applied neuroscience, and we did, Monique White, who's just done her doctorate in educational neuroscience. She's teaching half the course as well now. So we did a presentation on anxiety. Short presentation on neuroscience and anxiety. And one of the questions we were asked is, why is this increasing? And it was really simple. It's a product of modern life. That we are living unsustainable lives. And as a result of that, we're seeing mental health issues, we're seeing relational issues, we're seeing physical health issues, because we're not living sustainable lives. And it started with the Industrial Revolution with electricity, because then you didn't have to sleep. But now we've actually got this generation facing things that no other generation's faced. Making sense? Okay. So, this is what I want to talk about, is the problematic social shifts. All right? And we can kick this around. So here's the first one. The first one is safetyism. So if we come back to the great untruth around that you always trust your feelings, what's happened with safety now is we've moved from a physiological aspect to safety to emotional safety. And if I don't feel safe, therefore there equals a threat. So who's heard about microaggressions? You know, that I can see your microaggression and that makes me feel unsafe. And so where this has got to in colleges and universities in the Western world now is that if a lecturer says something that makes somebody feel uncomfortable, then you're actually violating their safety. Now, here's the paradox. Who felt safe learning to do hill starts when they were learning to drive? Were you physically at risk?
Yeah, a little.
A little. Were you emotionally at risk? Lots. Because this is the truth. Any learning requires some tension and discomfort. You know, let's just take basic muscles. If you want to grow muscle, you have to exercise it. You have to break it down so that it replenishes and grows. But we've brought this whole safetyism extreme where we've got this creep of safety where we're talking about physiological safety, and now it's all about being emotional safety. And therefore what happens is my emotions become everything, which ties in with some of these other shifts. And so now what happens is I recently did a presentation at a conference on neuroscience of trauma and the impact on learning. All right? And what I did was I threw in one slide which says safetyism has a similar neurological impact to trauma.
I had wondered.
Because what does safetyism in its extreme do? Increases your anxiety, your insecurity, activates your nervous system. So you're going to go to fight, flight, freeze, flop, just like you do with trauma. And it's all based in paranoia. Because heaven forbid if I go to the shopping centre on my own, I might be abducted. But that's the story. Now, I don't want to take away from the serious nature of the Daniel Morecambe case. All right? But how many other Daniel Morecambes do you know of that you can label for me? Here is the truth. Children today are safer than when I was a kid in the 60s, 70s. Children today are physically safer, lower rates of abduction, more awareness of safety, and yet we're more paranoid about child safety. How many kids walk or ride to school in your school?
Very few.
Very few. And yet it was common practice when I was a kid. Either you caught the bus or you walked or you rode your pushy. Because there was one family car, Dad probably had it for work, whereas now we've got to have paranoia that we've got to be monitoring, and these drone parents who've got remote control apps on monitoring their kids, it's all this paranoia. But yet physically, kids are safer today. That's what the research tells us. But safetyism creates this picture that, you know, you've got to watch everybody, stranger danger, this person's dangerous, that person's dangerous. And if you don't feel safe, you mustn't be safe. Does that make sense? Okay, what's ticking around for people about safetyism? Because I can see lots of cogs going.
Cultural narrative, inward looking and not other looking.
Yep. Yep.
Just takes the colour out of everything.
It's all fear-based.
It's absolutely fear-based. And whose fears? Whose fears primarily?
The adults.
Parents.
Yeah. And teachers and principals especially.
Yeah, well, litigation's a real fear, but we've got this parental fear. And one of the shifts I have in one of my cartoons that I do is that education in the 60s is that you got a bad report card and the parent said, what are you doing? Whereas today, they go to the teacher or the head of school and go, what are you doing? The whole shift is really quite profound. And we've got to actually, one of the questions I had recently was, what about parents who are hovering and volunteering for everything? Is that, my answer was really simple. Tell them to go, you're not helping your child, go home. And case in point is a GP friend of mine a number of years ago, mum brought in a 10-year-old, year 5 girl, private school, and going, she's not functioning well at the moment, something's really wrong with her. And then when Susan chatted with the girl and the mum, her day started at 5 a.m. with swimming. Then she went and did extracurricular at school in the morning, did a whole day at school, then did extracurricular after school, then came home and did homework and was going to bed at 8 o'clock at night. 10. And when Susan said, the lifestyle you're choosing for your daughter is killing her, the mother reacted and said, my daughter will not miss out on any opportunities. How dare you say that? It's madness. Now, we've moved to Glasshouse Mountains this year. There's 3 generations living, so my 2 grandsons are with us, so nearly 5, nearly 3. And, we're having a blast. And just yesterday, Benji, who's nearly 3, there's a big pile of timber because we took out 22 macadamia trees and start building our house. And the kids are living in the house. And there's a pile of timber about this high. He's up on the top of it. And his mum goes, can you stop? Dad, is that all okay? I said, yeah, it's stable. He's fine. Now, safetyism would go, no, that's dangerous. What if it moves? How does he learn to regulate himself? Guess what? He has falls. He falls off things because he climbs everything. All right? His dad was working on something. He climbed up the ladder this high, sat cross-legged, astraddle on the ladder with his battery drill, pretending to take out screws out of the tree because his dad was doing stuff. All right? And his other grandmother, not narrowly, was a bit panicky about it. And his dad said, he's fine. And he was fine. He didn't fall off. But if he does fall, okay, mate, I know it hurts, but you're okay. You can calm down. It's not the end of the world. But with safetyism, it always is the end of the world, isn't it? How do you respond to that in your role? How do you respond and challenge safetyism?
Learning to overcome and giving examples of people who were disadvantaged or were facing danger.
Yep.
And say, well, look, rather than remove the danger or
yep.
the situation or equalise everything, you need, overcoming is Christianity.
Yep, it is. Post-traumatic growth.
Yeah.
So one of the ones I go is, let's conduct an experiment and see if it really is the end of the world. Let's try it. See what happens. And experiment's a great word because experiments are allowed to fail. And so there's a sense in the word that changes it. But we've really got to be challenging this whole safetyism. Okay?
Like, what do you do with, like they've had the helicopter mums now?
Drone parents. Drone parents, I call them now. Drone parents.
Drone, yeah. We call them lawnmowers.
Yeah, lawnmowers was before helicopters. Okay. And then the progression from helicopter is drone parents. Okay?
That's a good one.
Yeah. So what's really interesting is in the coddling of the American mind is that the last section of the book says, what can we do about it? It's a big section. So it actually talks to universities, schools, and parents. And I was so impressed. I said to my son-in-law, who's also a big audio book and e-book reader, I said, Matt, you need to get this book. And we had a great discussion when he finished. He said, that last section was just really, there's a whole heap of good practical things. All right. But what it does, it means putting some of these kids in a discomfort place, safe but uncomfortable. All right. And so one of the things that I've been talking about is that you can't always trust your feelings. Some feelings are worth trusting, some are not.
It takes a competent and confident leadership to do that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And that's why we're having this today, is because I think this is when we come to these difficult, even with brothers and sisters in Christ who want to hold on this position of how do we challenge that and go, hang on a minute, stop and think about this for a moment. And, you know, through COVID, I have immersed myself in Romans chapter 8. All right. For Sunday, when I'm preaching at Yeppoon and Rockhampton on men and mental health, I've done a PJ Bloke's paraphrase of Romans 8. Okay. All right. And so part of it says this: even though life might be really sucky now, remember this: God's got it. God's got it. And what happens is that we've seemed to lose this eternal perspective that we live in a fallen, broken world. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to be sucky at times, but that's not the end of the story. God's working in the midst of this. He's got it. And then the next line says this: God takes the worst crap and composts it and uses it for our growth. Remember this, mate. And that's some of the stuff we need to keep coming back to, is going, hang on a minute, can we have a broader picture here for a moment? Does that help?
Yeah, I'm a bit frustrated with all, because as a chaplain, you have no power in a school. You just have to roll with all the rubbish that goes on and watch the system fall apart.
Except for that,
and teachers falling apart and all of that stuff.
Except for that, there are some who do have a lot of power and influence, because wellness is really important. And so to have the ear of executives and to say, hey, this. All right. I've had the great pleasure with Louise and her school of you know, a couple of really big issues being raised and saying, Peter, can we chat with you? And chat with Louise and the executive leadership. And it's been a wonderful conversation. And again, it comes out of that place of, I think most executive leaders are concerned about student welfare. But one of your jobs is to go, hey, learn about this, can we have a think about this? Or even putting language to it. Oh, that sounds like safetyism on steroids. And then you've got to look at it, you're like, what do you mean? Because again, some of these shifts, if you don't have language, you can't challenge it. So I want to encourage you that you do have probably a lot more power than you realise. It's about actually, you're at the front line of student welfare, use that as your leverage. All right, because it's just not just responding to the individual. How do we create a culture within our schools that in fact impact the bigger social culture? All right, let me go to the next one. Individualism. The rise of individualism, which is around entitlement. But I want to actually paint a bigger picture here on individualism. One of the issues with individualism is a philosophical shift that a lot of people don't really get. All right? And if I hear someone say to me is that the government doesn't have right to mandates, again, I'm going to yell at somebody about this because it really ticks me off. Because guess what? The moment you get in your car, you're mandated. Are we not? Stop at red lights. If you don't stop at red lights, you'll get fined eventually. That's a mandate. Now, the philosophical principle in this is the needs of the individual and the needs of the collective. And the intersection and junction of that is referred to as just discrimination. Oh, but discrimination's a dirty word, but there's a thing called just discrimination, which is the intersection between individualism and collectivism. Give you a case in point. It is good that men don't use female public toilets. I'm yet to meet a woman who's really comfortable having men use female public toilets. So am I discriminated against? Yes. My individualism says I can't do what I want to do because there's a better principle here, is that this is about the protection of the collective and what's good for the whole. And the rise of individualism has increased and the understanding of collectivism has decreased, and just discrimination is lost. Make sense? This is a very important philosophical principle. But why is this a problem? Because for the last 30 years, if you write a philosophical book, the only people who are going to buy it are academic students who are studying philosophy. People don't like philosophical thinking, and if we go back to social media and YouTube, to understand and unpack philosophy, you don't need 30-second or 5-minute grabs. You need a lot of space. And the great C.S. Lewis said the remedy to bad philosophy is not no philosophy, it's actually good philosophy. So one of the things that I keep challenging is when I hear about this individualism, I say, yeah, that sounds really good, but is there another side of the coin here? What about what's good for society? And a really important philosophical principle is this, is that individuals can do whatever they want if the collective is prepared to pay the bill. So let me give you an example. In Australia, individuals can do whatever they want sexually, is what we're being told. True? How many major STIs do we have in Australia at the moment? 27. Of that 27, a big chunk is incurable. And if we look statistically today, we have about 1 in 4 to 7 sexually active people with an incurable STI. Who's paying for their treatment? We are. Now let's just take it. If I get HIV/AIDS in a non-government supported country like ours, the medication on the antiviral medications will cost $500,000 for my lifetime. But I can get it on the PBS because the collective pays the bill. Now, if individuals had to pay their own bills, do you think they might think twice about their choices? And so there's this false reality, I can do whatever I want because the collective's going to pick up the bill. Well, that's economic nonsense, is it not? Just like education is becoming unsustainable, the best health system in the world, Australia, is that our health system will eventually become unsustainable. Because someone's going to have to say, stop. We've got lifestyle preventable diseases that we're paying gazillions of dollars. And so the underlying thing of this individualism with not understanding just discrimination and the difference between individualism and collectivism, and the individualism one is really, really, really important for the next few shifts, okay? Lots of processing going on, so I'm just, what's stirring for you? Is it making sense?
Yeah, I see that. Is there a shift happening? Some of our wrestling at the moment is that shift back to the collectivism where the collective is more valued than the individual in terms of some of the opinions of a lot of the...
I think this is where the splitting is happening, where it's like, well, stuff you, I'll take my bat and ball and go home. You know, this is where you know, Christian friends, where they'll be just cut off because they don't agree. And so it's like, I think the danger is that the coping mechanism is to split and flee rather than face and wrestle. All right. So I think there is a subtle shift moving, but I'm not sure.
I'm thinking along the lines of the whole cancel culture stuff, that sort of thing. Where...
Except for that, again, it's so riddled with safetyism and the untruth of always trust your emotions. So there's, in some of that stuff, there's, and I've got to tell you, I find probably the most intolerant people I do are rainbow activists. They're the most intolerant people. I've met more bigots in rainbow politics than what I've been accused of being bigotry. Right? And so there's this tolerance, which is this narrow tolerance that's not in. So particularly if you're a white, heterosexual Christian male, you're a fair target. Right? There's no inclusion. And I've experienced that personally lots of times when I was doing radio. I still experience it with some conference speaking. I've been opposed to speak at some professional conferences particularly because of my stand against redefining marriage before it happened. And being called homophobic and bigoted, and having people review my public Facebook page to go, no, that's not the case. So again, there's this level of intolerance, which comes back to the individualism. You have to agree with us. So it's almost like there's some of these groups are individualistic in their philosophy. Right. All right, which is if you're not for us, you're against us. All people are either good or bad, which is the third untruth. Am I right to keep going? Because there's lots of cogs going on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I was reading something recently, and it was talking about self and the rise of self, and how the world at the moment, there's this kind of false belief that, self is freedom. So whatever you believe, as long as it doesn't impact on anybody else, whatever you want to believe. But it was talking about how, it was talking about how the rise of self and the freedom of belief is actually false, because what we see in our world at the moment is not rise of self and rise of freedom. It's actually slavery, because we're constantly trying to be this, trying to be that, moving on to the next thing, slaves of marketing and slaves of social media. And so there's like this whole big kind of false belief system that, myself and my freedom and doing whatever I want to do as long as it doesn't impact others, this massive false sense of freedom, and that's not actually freedom, it's actually slavery.
And under that is a whole heap of dualism. Okay, so what happens, and I've been saying this for a long time, which came out of social constructivism and postmodernism, which has some really good things, but this whole thing around is that there's no absolutes, my truth is my truth, and we teach that in universities, but when a person hands in a paper and goes 2 + 2 is 5, they get an X next to it because the absolute says it's 4. So the very thing that the philosophy they espouse is not the philosophy they practice. And the truth is, to say there are no absolutes is nonsense. Get on a tall building and say, I don't believe in gravity. Doesn't matter. When you hit the pavement, gravity wins. And so you're right. And so there's this false belief that's happening, which is all connected to safetyism, individual relativism, is that my truth is my truth. And as part of that, then becomes the politics of offence. Right, so the number one sin is offending somebody, and if I offend somebody, it's my job to fix it. Now, that's total nonsense for a couple of reasons. So one, if I stand here and say, I'm offended for everybody who voted the Labor government in at the federal elections, and they should fix it for me, people would just laugh at me like I'm an idiot, wouldn't they? Because the very basis of democracy is actually about difference with civility. More on that a little later. And my Bible reading this morning, I had 2 cracker days of Bible readings that were just spoke right into what I was talking about. And this morning I was going, oh Lord, you're amazing. Okay? I know he is, but I still get gobsmacked. Okay? All right? So my reading this morning was Proverbs 19, verse 11. A person's wisdom yields patience, and it's one's glory to overlook an offence. Let me give it to you in the Message. Smart people know how to hold their tongue. Their grandeur is to forgive and forget. And the whole politics of offence, and I use the language intentionally because there's a book titled that by a Perth author. that tracks where we've come from with the whole thing around offence, is that offence goes to individuals or relativism. So where's the space for the collective? So it's a whole heap of false beliefs. And then it comes down to what underpins that even more then is emotional reasoning and catastrophising. Now, if you were a student of cognitive behavioural therapy, what would you call emotional reasoning and catastrophising? What would you say it is? It's got a term. It's called a cognitive distortion. It's a distortive way of thinking. But we've got a whole generation that actually have emotional reasoning. So therefore, if I'm offended and feel hurt, you must be dangerous and bad. Why do I get those complaints? Because you don't agree with us, therefore you cannot speak because you're dangerous and bad, so we're going to make a complaint about you. That's emotional reasoning. And anyone doing CBT is that when you've got anxiety and depression going on, is that you've got distorted thinking for a start, and you've got to correct your thinking, and then catastrophising is 1 domino onto 2, onto 4, onto 8, to 16, to 32, and you go from something little to the end of the world in a nanosecond. It goes with anxiety. It's a distortion. But we've got a whole generation growing up with thinking that emotional reasoning and catastrophising justifies their positions, which says, I feel this way, and therefore that goes into the politics of offence, and then that goes into, I'm justified with the us and them mindset. You must be evil, I must be good. And in the coddling of the American mind, they actually look at the research on witch hunts. It's fascinating. And then they apply it to what's happening in universities and colleges in America of witch hunts. And one of the phenomenons of a witch hunt is that if a colleague gets attacked or accused of a witch, it silenced the other colleagues. They may agree with the person, but they are silenced because they don't want to be accused of being a witch. It's a really interesting phenomenon. And so it really takes a lot of courage to call out some of this stuff, because you'll be labelled as bad, and we forget the quote from the great Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who said that the fine line between good and evil resides in the hearts of people. Now, anybody know the context when he had that thought?
He was locked up.
He was actually being marched from one gulag to another gulag, and he realised he could have been one of the soldiers oppressing him. He could have been in either position. And it dawned on him that the fine line between good and evil resides in the hearts of people. We have amazing capacity for good, we have amazing capacity for evil, don't we? People are not split into all evil or all good. That's too simplistic. But that's what underpins the politics of offence, because if I'm offended, I'm upset, I'm hurt, you must be bad, you must be evil. And in some people's books, I'm really bad and evil, okay? Because I talk about things that we're not supposed to talk about, all right? So, I'm going to come back to where we started, is selective reading and selective watching and social media algorithms. This is why we have so much difficulty with conflict in the COVID time, is because once upon a time, when I bought my Sunday Mail, everybody who read the Sunday Mail read the same paper as me. Nobody reads or watches the same paper and news as everybody else. Because the positive feedback loops of the algorithms work this way. If you look at something, so let's say I look at, I'm concerned about the impact of COVID vaccine, and I've got a legitimate interest because I want to get a balanced argument, and I search something on negative impact of COVID vaccines, the algorithm will keep feeding me more and more and more on that, but will never give me the other side of the coin. Now, why were social media algorithms developed?
In theory, to connect people, to network people who are similar.
Yeah, it was, but that's not where the algorithms refine.
You on the
money, marketing. And what people miss is this: the product is not what's being sold on social. We're the product. our time and our focus is being sold to companies. That's the algorithms. And I've got to tell you, I really hate them. I really hate algorithms because Nerily asked me to look at a bra thing for her once, and then the next my social has got all these bra ads coming through, and I'm going like, oh really? And your phone listening all the time, and you notice if you say something, then all of a sudden you get ads. Nerily was asking me something for the house, for building the house, and she said, oh, notice all the ads are coming up like that now. But again, it's actually about the greed of marketing. That's the bottom line of it. And we're just pawns in a game with social media rather than actually learning to manage social media. And just this morning's paper was actually talking about some Republican senators calling and looking at Facebook and Twitter for censoring. Because now what happens is that if the leftist agenda is, or the right agenda by one social media, but tends to be the leftist agenda, is that then you won't find a story that doesn't fit that narrative, because now the powers that be are censoring and even then being more selective. So now I can't even be selective about what I'm reading or watching. There's somebody else who is sitting in an office with gazillions of dollars deciding what that social media company will allow and not allow, and is doing censoring for me. So now, it's like we have a government censoring of media stuff, but now we've got corporations doing censoring. And iGen got no idea that this is normal for them. So one of the things that we need to do is to build media literacy skills and social media skills and self-censorship skills and critical thinking skills. But, critical thinking skills are really, really hard. And I'll give you a case in point. I was at a Christian school doing Year 12 program, and something came up about transgenderism. And I'll paint the picture for you, okay? So obviously one of the girls who wants to be a really popular girl, so she's of Asian extraction. She had blonded hair, eyelash extensions, nail polish and extended nails, all right? Which was against the school policy. And she decided that she would take me on. And she said, the comment was, how do you know what pronoun you're going to use or not use? And I said, I don't give a rip about pronouns. I ask people their name. I'm offended by that. I said, well, I'm sorry you're offended, but that's my position. I'd rather use somebody's name. I don't give a rip about pronouns. And she said, but you don't understand that gender's got nothing to do with biology. And I said, so you're telling me that gender's got nothing to do with biology. Do you know where that comes from? No, I need the internet to find that out. I said, well, I'm not going to agree with you. She said, you're not listening to me. I said, didn't you just say that gender has got nothing to do with biology? Yes. Well, I don't agree with you. You're not listening to me. I repeated myself. She got up and walked out of the thing and then went and complained to the deputy principal. Fortunate enough, the deputy principal's an ex-man arts teacher who I have a good relationship with. And when he chatted with me, he said, what happened? And I said, can I paint the scenario? And he said, yeah, we've addressed all that stuff. And I said, and by the way, I had at least half a dozen boys come and thank me afterwards for challenging her. Because we've got this nonsense that goes on in this, and these kids think they've got the truth. And they don't even know how to start wrestling with truth. They don't even know how to ask the question, what is truth? And so we've got this 17, 18-year-old girl who is now the expert on transgenderism and wanting me to use pronouns because I might offend somebody. That's the nonsense you're living with, isn't it? Yeah. Right? And so really, really, really important that we understand how this all fits together of these shifts. And this is what's making conflict really difficult. Because now we're challenging people's personal ideology that they're not even aware of. We're challenging their personal philosophy. They have no idea what it's about. Metaphorically, they're on a sinking boat telling everybody else how to sail. And they can't see they're on a sinking boat. So it's really sad in one sense. So here's the real kicker then. What do we do about it? What do we do? Any ideas? Just checking my time.
Deconstruct their worldview.
Deconstruct their worldview. And that's not an easy thing to do. And one of the ways of doing, and so using social constructivism and postmodernism, which were the masters of deconstruction, is that you need to deconstruct that. And so one of the things is, for deconstruction principles, is actually clarifying the narrative and asking who wins, but who loses. So always do both sides of the coin. And can we challenge what is the dominant narrative, the dominant discourse, and what are the principles under that? So let's take radical feminism and domestic violence as an example, because this is one of our Year 12 things we pick up. What is the common discourse, the dominant discourse, the common narrative about domestic violence? Who are the perpetrators, who are the victims? Men are always the perpetrators and women are always the victims. And we give you 12 news articles, videos from YouTube to watch that reinforce that. And then we start to show them some stats. So the best research we have in Australia says that it's about 1 in 3 DV cases, the man is the victim. And if we ask the question just of DV, who wins and who loses and how? So certain women's group win and get lots of funding. Who loses?
The whole society.
Yeah, but let's even be more specific. Where's the space for the narrative about domestic violence in gay relationships? And why is that important? Because lesbians have the highest rate of intimate partner violence of any couple type. No men in those relationships. They lose. But it's interesting that I raise that when I'm supposed to be homophobic and a bigot. Right? And men who are victimised, they lose. So if we ask the question who wins, who loses and how, but again this takes some conversation and some thinking that a lot of people don't want to engage with. Does that make sense?
And then you release that research.
Oh, you can find it.
It's actually quite common, having worked in the DV sector, it's quite common to talk about.
It's becoming talked more about, and there's been a shift in some DV sectors. The problem is government funding has been tied to radical feminism, to gender feminism. So to get funding for DV, you have to actually hold to that same discourse. That's one of the issues. And so again, this is why this is such a big deal. And but it's being raised. The gay community is doing a really good job of raising some of these issues and saying, hey, what about us? You know, what about intimate partner violence here? And again, this is why discourse, narrative, talking about this stuff is really, really important. All right. Yep.
I think back to your question of what do we do about it, modelling sitting in the tension.
Yep.
Because going back to your first question about how did we get here and about control, uncertainty, we want to gain more control, but modelling sitting in uncertainty and actually not saying I don't have control, I don't have certainty about the situation.
I think that's fantastic, and I meant to throw in a slide of the window of tolerance. When I talk about window of tolerance, who knows what the window of tolerance is? A few. Okay. So we're our nervous system. So think of a window. In the middle here is a green bit, which is where our And it's so important. It's a great comment. And so then I want to bring this to you. I said last year, or organised. I've been talking for probably 20 years now about my concerns about the decline of civility. Because if we lose civility, we lose democracy. And civility, again, is being able to talk about hard things in respectful ways and to disagree respectfully. And isn't it great that we don't live in a country where you get locked up in jail because you disagree with the government? See, that's not civility and democracy. And we need to keep coming back to this. So one of the things that I've been doing, one of the principals that I supervised during COVID was just smashed. A small regional school, he was smashed by so many Christians of emails around this whole mandate and government regulations. And as a principal going, I got all these emails coming in, and he was trying to respond to them. And I said to him, you need to do this first. You need to ask one question. The first question is there anything that I can say that will change your position or your mind? Now, for most of those people, what's the answer going to be? No. And then you say to him, isn't it great that we live in a democratic country with civility, that you can have that opinion and I can have a different opinion and we can respect one another, and then don't engage in them? Challenge them to a higher standard of behaviour. So that modelling of sitting in the tension, but being able to go, I'm not going to have this discussion with you if you can't be civil. Because for these people, my power is engagement. Because they don't want to engage in conversation, they want to convert me to their opinion. And that's what's making conflict so difficult, because there are people now who don't want a conflict in a healthy way, they just want to convert. And they don't even understand all those social shifts that have underpinned this and creating problems. Now, I don't engage in all of that, all those social shifts. I'm mindful of them in here when I'm dealing with people. And I go, oh, in my head I go, oh, here goes the emotional reasoning. And I just go, see, you trust all your emotions, do you? I don't trust all my emotions. Emotions come and go. When I'm angry, I do dumb things. Can't trust my anger. What makes me angry may be valid. So I'm challenging a principle in a way of everyday language. But see, in my head, my conceptualisation is, oh, this is emotional reasoning that I'm dealing with. This is catastrophising I'm dealing with. This is the politics of offence. I remember in a class of mine, before redefining marriage, I said marriage equality was an oxymoron. And a middle-aged hippie student in my class got very offended. One of the students said, can you explain? So I walked over the whiteboard and I just put a series of X's all over the board. And I said, if this represents humanity, the nature of marriage is discriminatory. Marriage says this group can get married, this group can't. And there's good reasons why there have been regulations on marriage. The gay community wants to include these, but there's still a whole heap of people who can't be included in marriage. So to say marriage equality is that the very essence of marriage philosophically is it's discriminatory and it's exclusive. So therefore the term marriage equality is an oxymoron. And when she got upset and said, I'm offended by that, I said, well, I'm offended that you're offended. What are you going to do about that? And she didn't know where to go. And because philosophical thinking is in decline, but how do we have those discussions with civility and democracy? And that was a class, and so it was my class, and as the lecturer I get to have the last say, which is good. But if I'm actually having conversations with others, is that, you know, I'm really open to looking at things that I'm blind to or things that I've not thought about. I'm really open to collaborating, because that's what healthy conflict's about. But I'm not sure some people want a conflict. I think they want to convert. And I've got to say, if some of them turn their evangelical fervour in the right direction, they would be all pretty powerful for Christ. It's just their evangelical fervour is in the wrong direction. And I get that, because I get passionate about a whole heap of causes. And I'm the first to admit, come and watch me when the Lions win, like last night. And watch when they lose. Oh, I'm devastated, because I'm passionate about that. But guess what? Football's not the end of the world. It's just a game. As Nerily keeps reminding me, Peter, it's just a game. And I go, yes, it is. It is just a game. And so again, we've got to get smarter when we're dealing with some of these conflict issues. Of a very simple question: do they want to have the discussion, or do they want to convert? And I'll say to people, it sounds like you want to convert me to your way of thinking. That stops people in their tracks sometimes. Because again, I'm putting words to a dynamic or a process that people haven't put words to. That makes sense? Okay, we've got a little bit of time left. Like about, let me go, 25 minutes, I think. So let's kick around, what are you thinking, and has that been helpful, not helpful? Have I stirred the pot too much? Yep.
Just back to the comment about collectivism. So a couple of years ago, probably about 7 years ago, you made a comment about...
She's got a good memory.
It's been rattling around in my brain since COVID. So postmodernism,
yep.
Because nothing's certain anymore, then we'll become fundamental about things. So we're drawn to fundamentalism when nothing...
In the absence of that, yeah.
Yeah. So in that fundamentalism, there's a deep need for that community, that collectivism. But are you saying that even in that, there's still individualism as the driver?
The real danger we face at the moment with the rise of the extreme right and fundamentalism is it just buys into the us and them, evil, good, bad, right? Because it actually, that collectivism is about conformity, not unity. Okay? And so one of the things we've got to do is actually, how do we develop unity without conformity? Right? And so, and a case in point is that a guy came to Fraser with us, just our recent Fraser trip, and never been before. And we were discussing, and he said, this is a strange group of guys you got here. And one of the other guys piped up and said, no, it's an eclectic group. And it is a very eclectic group. You know, we've got non-Christians, and I'll tell you about one of the guys, his name's Scotty. Scotty's been sober for 25 years. He's got demonic tattoos on him, and he talks about his dark days, his mental health stuff. He loves Jesus passionately. But every second or third word is the F-bomb. And Scotty's been hurt because religious guys can't cope with that. But that's Scotty. And when we say, hey, Scotty, enough of the F-bomb, he goes, oh, F-bomb, sorry. But when you know Scotty's heart, you see a really gentle soul. And I love Scotty. And my ear has become, I don't even worry about the F-bomb with him. But see, he's got a place to belong, but he certainly doesn't conform with what some people want. But he is part of the unity. And again, that comes back to the great thing about civility and democracy. And the danger is that with the rise of, and I think I said that comment a long time ago, is that, you know, particularly Islamic fundamentalism was growing at that time, but right-wing fundamentalism is that we're going to end up with splits of subgroups and at the expense of the collective.
Yeah.
Because the healthy collective takes maturity, emotional maturity. Does that help?
Yeah, my question is how do we get back, not back to that, but how do we move towards, and particularly with our students, how do we harness that need, that human need for belonging,
Yep.
and that, because that's what it is, when they join causes and because they want to belong to something.
Yeah.
Like we've got the message of the gospel, but even in that, there seems to be all these divisions.
Yes, it is. And for me, I think it's actually, I want to tell stories, but I want to tell historical stories and learn from the past. And I want to tell historical stories that actually, where grace is embedded, the grace for something bigger than myself, the grace of God, and just to remind that, because you know, it's like one of the things with cancel culture, it doesn't want to actually look at history. It wants to reject history. And the purpose of history is, whether history was right or wrong, the purpose of history is for us not to actually try to redefine history. The purpose of history is to learn. Can we learn from our mistakes? Can we learn from the things we've gone wrong? And so I want to have those sort of narrative discussions of going, you know, this approach sounds a bit like what happened in Nazi Germany, or what happened in the Soviet Union, or what happened here. And to go, let's look at what happened in the history, and why did we become such a strong democratic society? What's the history that led to that? And again, I want to use story. So and again, that's why in this context I'd say history. I probably wouldn't use the history with some students. I'd want to engage in stories and say stories of the past. All right, is there something we can learn from that? And I think that I don't have any other answers than that, but I'm not hopeless about it, because this is still God's world.
Yeah.
Right? And so back on Romans 8 is that even though it's a bit sucky, God's still king. And it's his world. Right? And I say to my conspiracy things, I'm saying, really, governments can't even organise themselves to run the country properly, and you think they can actually organise something so sinister like this? I think you're giving them too much credit. They're not that smart. And if it was a conspiracy, God still got it. Still God's world. So again, I want to focus on the hope and the bigger picture, which is why I've been immersing in Romans 8 as a chapter, because, you know, it starts with a therefore, and if you know, reading the Bible, if there's a therefore, pay attention to what comes next. Therefore, there is no condemnation for those in Christ Jesus. Therefore, we have an obligation as his children to live according to the Spirit. But we live in a sucky world, like a woman giving childbirth, groaning for its deliverance. And these present sufferings, what can I say to them? That the future is incomparable. He gave up Jesus for us. And what can separate us from the love of God? Nothing. Not angels, not demons, not the seen world, not the unseen world. Nothing in the universe can separate me from the love of God in Christ Jesus. Not COVID, not conspiracy. And so again, the conversation takes a different direction. And one of our guys, he didn't come to Fraser this year for different reasons, but last year, you know, before he came to Fraser, we said, mate, we're not having this discussion at Fraser because it's polarising. It was really hard for him. But guess what? He showed emotional maturity and respect that it wasn't the right setting. And I think that was the growth for him. All right? And he knows that those of us who disagree with him, we still love him, because that's civility. That's the gospel. So I don't have a lot of answers yet. I have a good understanding, I think, of what's happened and where we get there. and my own responses are still a work in progress. And you know, got to raise up the right things and the right people, I think, at the right times to bring some changes. So yeah, and I think that fundamentalist one is really dangerous too. And in fact, in the coddling American mind, they actually go after the extreme left and the extreme right in the that dichotomous thinking of or good or evil.
Both are anti-God, really. So the right wing uses the gospel, but it's not the gospel that's being used.
No, it's not.
It's a different type of religion.
It is. It is.
Yeah, it's not the actual gospel.
Yep. And I mean, and who want to be involved in American politics at the moment? You go from an extreme right to a bloke who can't even remember his staff's name. It's like, they're the two choices. Will somebody else stand up? Will somebody who is in the middle, who's got a brain, will they stand up?
It's been cancelled.
Yeah, it's been cancelled. Yeah, touche. You know? Madness.
I just have a question, and would love to hear from others as well about your experience. I think that in my time in pastoral care, there is a lot of focus on student well-being and equipping a teenager to sometimes carry the responsibilities of what normally would have been an adult.
Yep.
Or a more mature individual. And I think a shift that I'm trying to work on is to get more parent engagement and to have conversations with parents about their children as well. And you know, I guess in your experience, like where are parents at in schooling? Because I think there's a shift as well in what the family structure looks like. You know, often there are double income families. You know, there are a number of students that you talk to and you realize that, you know, that yes, they have all these opportunities, but then also their parents are coming back at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. They're at home for maybe 2 hours, or they're in after school care. You know, there's just a lot of pressure financially. So, and then there seems to be this discharge of responsibility to schools to educate kids on what is it to be a citizen in society, you know, how do we have manners and etiquette and so on. So, yeah, I've been trying to, I guess, just engage with parents more. Let them communicate with them about their students, where they're at. Maybe, I think some of these things that you mentioned as well, parents don't know how to articulate in themselves because society has shifted so quickly with like social media, just how quickly social media has just swept through in every generation, and there isn't any regulation behind it. There isn't this awareness of it. So yeah, in your experience, like how do you bring in, I guess, the parent bodies to also be part of this this education of and pastoral care of students?
I think it's a difficult one. It's interesting, I've seen, as with this shift, is that there's more parent engaging on parent seminars and stuff. So parents are engaging, concerned because of the safetyism thing. But can we get them to actually think a bit bigger? And so one of the lines that I've been talking about is stewardship, is that actually a parent is a steward of their kids. And the school is a partner in that, but the primary stewardship lies with parents. And helping to challenge them about that. Upskilling them, I think, is really important, and I think using social media to our advantage. So people like Maggie Dent, all right. Maggie's social media profile is amazing, but she's sound. Maggie's a great lady, and so there are some emerging stuff even on YouTube presenters who are engaging in that forum of bite-sized stuff, but they're actually talking sense. All right. One of the bigger conversations that we've got to have, and this is my personal opinion, is that I think there's enough evidence to say that the social experiment of diverse family types is a failure. Now, that's not talking about the validity of divorce that happens in marriage breakdowns and stuff. What I'm talking about is this philosophy that you can structure a family however you want and the outcome's the same for the kids. It's not true. It's not true. We've got pretty good research around that. But again, it's a bit like, you know, you mentioned this out there in the mainstream world, you'll get shouted down. And the main researcher, Mark Reginus, he did a phenomenal research, used a very extensive scale on kids, and his study showed that the kids that did best were with their traditional family, mum, dad, heterosexual, biological parents. And the kids who did worse were from gay families. Now, such an uproar to his peer-reviewed journal article, he was stood down by the university until they did an internal review of his research.
Well, that's a good thing. How did that turn out?
He was reinstated. But see, the emotional stress and trauma, see, there's the witch hunt now. Because it didn't fit with an ideology. And so I think that one of the things is actually how do we just keep engaging in conversation? And this is one of the things about the unsustainability of schools. Where is the time and space to engage in the right conversations? For the right time, right length. Right? And inclusivity is important, but there's times where inclusivity is just a disaster. All right. Case in point is Louisa's school, and we chatted about responding to transgenderism and what was that, and it was floated, oh, maybe we should survey the staff, and I jumped up and down really quickly and said, no, do not survey the staff. Because all you're going to get is this philosophical stuff. I said, in this area, you need to provide leadership and educate your staff. And so, again, I believe in inclusivity, but when is inclusivity counterproductive? All right? And I think that's just so important that how do we create the space? We're too worried about NAPLAN. We're too worried about ATAR results. We're too worried, and as I keep saying to kids, school doesn't determine your future. Doing well at school gives you options, but it doesn't determine your future. And I can cite stories of it. Right? And we've just got to have a conversation again and try and create a space. That's where you guys can have that. But I think engaging parents is important. I think activism is really important. So, haven't done it yet because we've been transition, but where we used to live is that my state member, my local member, my federal member, my counsellor, they all knew me. Because I went and spoke to them. And I would email them regularly. Because it's really simple. They work on principle of one email is worth so many people's votes. So I'd engage in conversation. I remember our federal member having a conversation with me at an event we were on the same table, and it came up about redefining marriage, and I said I'm opposed, and he said, well, why are you opposed, Peter? What's your reasons? And I just gave him some stats and philosophy around it. And I said, I think there's bigger questions around this. I think it's nonsense to say just because you love someone you should get married. That actually defies the very principle of marriage that's been in millennia. The question is, why do we have marriage? What's the purpose of marriage? We've got to ask those questions before we can redefine it. But that's good philosophical thinking again. So come back to engage where you can, do what you can, do what you're called to do. Because it's really important, because I say to my students all the time, don't stir the pot if you're not called, because you won't like the bullets and the heat. Okay? So true. So true. And get some good social media articles. Find some good stuff that is parenting resources. Say, hey, can you have a read of this? So go and see if you can find a good parent article on the dangers of safetyism. Have it up your sleeve as a resource. Use schools' newsletters. If you've got a newsletter that's got a parent section there, go, I was reading this article here, here's a summary of it. If you want to read the article, bang, here's the link. Now, you know, some parents are just not going to bother. There's going to be one or two parents that might engage, and then you see how many people they engage. Does that help a bit? Let me just check what's the time. I've lost track of 2 minutes. Has that been helpful for you? Lynn keeps giving me the challenge of coming up with something creative. But I chose this topic this time I said, I want to talk about this one.
Why did you choose that? Why?
Because I think that a comment that Steve Stathis, who is the head of child adolescent psychiatry at the Children's, Steve's a good mate, and I shared last time when I did the last presentation last year around the stats of the blowout of mental health stuff, and Steve said COVID has just taken the scab off. There's all these underlying things, and I knew that, but that just started me on thinking, reflecting, and articulating what are those things. And Steve was the one who recommended the Cognitive Mind to me. He said, Peter, you've got to read this. And because we shifted over and had a chance to catch up with Steve, I want to do lunch with him sometime and chew the fat over the book. And so that's all I wanted to, because in just dealing with conflict, and it saddens me to see, you know, I sat with some friends who had really close friends who had cut them off. They've been 20-year friends, cut them off because they didn't agree. And I go, that's really sad. And so that's the scab. What's underneath it? What's the wound? That's why I chose it.
I was interested during COVID, and you said it ripped off the scab.
Yeah.
Why was it never talked about in the media? You know, like
it has been talked about, but not in mainstream media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you know, anyone you talk to in the emergency or anyone with this kind of like, it's through the roof, it's so bad. But I remember listening to an article saying, where's the chief psychiatrist in Australia actually addressing the issue?
Yeah.
Like it never got
and it's there, it's been covered, but you know, mainstream media is so selective as well. They're doing their own algorithms now.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Pete Doherty, so Pete was head of Channel 7 News. I remember Pete saying that news has changed, and that he was talking about ratings, and where, you know, the feel-good story is now getting more ratings than actual news. You know, and so it again is run by its own algorithms, which is, we need viewers. Right?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
We know ultimately that fulfillment comes in Christ and then applying so many principles to our lives. How much can secular psychology help the non-Christian? Like I'm just wondering.
Profoundly.
Profoundly? But
profoundly. Because there's been a shift in psychology in the last 20 years where counselling and psychology, secular, has acknowledged the importance of spirituality. And the research with that is quite overwhelming around spirituality, that you cannot separate spirituality out of people's lives. Secondly is, in the rise of some of these shifts, there are people asking bigger questions because they get all that stuff and they're not content. All right. The issue is the rise of Buddhist spirituality, because Buddhist spirituality is very comfortable to secularism because it doesn't really require much from you. Okay? And it will meet some needs, but it actually requires more. And so again, I don't hesitate to send somebody to see a good psychiatrist or a counsellor or a psychologist who's not a Christian.
I'm not sort of questioning that, but I'm just sort of saying how far.
They can be really helpful.
How far? Like how far is it?
Very helpful.
That's
very helpful. Particularly if they're people of integrity who are actually engaging in a journey of integrity. All right. So very helpful. Can I pray for you? Lord, I want to say thank you for the chance to be here today, and I want to pray for these guys in their various roles that at the front line of student welfare, and seeing things that we've talked about today: emotional reasoning, catastrophizing, safetyism, and it's not working. It's actually making more problems. And I want to pray that you help them to have some language and some thinking and some discussion that might be able to open pathways for students and for staff so that truth can reign. Your word says truth sets us free. So give them incredible wisdom and discernment to apply the things we've discussed. And bless their afternoon. Let them have a really great time. I pray in your name. Amen.
Well, big thank you, Peter, for your insight. and bringing your very deep thinking into such an accessible format for us all. So big thanks, Peter. Lunch is ready. We have the gluten-free is down that end of the table and everything else up at this end. Please feel free to have a standing lunch if you need to stretch your legs. Ethan had planned for us to be able to have that opportunity and stand up and stretch and have a good chat. And I know there are schools tag teaming today, so reminder, toilet is just there, and there's another one downstairs. And if you can stick around for lunch, I know you've got to fly off
I've got to head off
soon.
because I've got to fly.
Have a really good weekend with that. So back here in half an hour, ready to start at 12:30. We've got 2 speakers this afternoon.
You can do it.
is subbed out. We've got another sub on the court, and Peter is doing Magda's presentation this afternoon. So Peter's you've not met him already, he's been here all day, but he's a teacher counsellor at JPC.
Oh, chaplain, teacher chaplain.
Sorry, teacher chaplain
Yep.
at JPC. So big warm welcome, thank you for taking the session right
All
now.
right. Oh, well, thank you. Being a teacher, I like it to be really interactive. So if you want to stop, say something, comment, please do that. So Magna's put this together. I got the final copy yesterday afternoon, so I've been madly going through it. With the PowerPoint, Magna's put a lot of notes with the PowerPoint, so we'll send it out to you and you can have a bit of a look through all the details. So she's got a little bit of a video here. Hopefully we'll go back. We'll go back to that one. Just about helping others out. Anyway, that's not going to work. It started well. So this is her topic: strategies for Australian school counsellors to help their students become resilient by integrating evidence-based theories, the theories of multiple intelligences and expressive therapies. And you can see Magna's quite qualified down there with everything she's done, so it's quite good. Now, why she wants to do this? She said this expressive therapies is really close to her heart, and she's really passionate about helping young people. She said during her role as a secondary counsellor, she noticed student clients were motivated when they actively participated in creative activity that matched their preferred intelligence, strengths, interests and talents to express their various challenges. So that's her real passion, and that's what her PhD is all about, the multiple intelligences. I know I've done multiple intelligences in class and also studying at Malyon College. One of our subjects, we actually got to do one of our assignments on a multiple intelligence. And one of the girls actually produced it was on Jeremiah. We had to sort of do an aspect on the prophet Jeremiah, and one girl got a HD for a painting doing the background and understanding of Jeremiah. So I'm not sure how that was marked, but it was supposed to be quite amazing, and the lecturer was really impressed with it. So just here, hardships often prepare ordinary people for extraordinary destiny. So as we've sort of said today, research shows that resilience in Australian young people is declining. And C.S. Lewis said this famous quote. Now, just with the person next to you, so can you get near someone you know? Can you think of someone you know who's really resilient, and have a quick 30-second discussion about that person? All right. So, anyone like to nominate just one person they find very resilient? Anthony?
Want to share mine?
Yeah.
Probably one of her friends. He had a pretty serious accident, and through that he's been able to get back on track, did lots of physio, and now runs marathons, and he's also a physio at a hospital as well, as a way of helping those that help him. I mean, his recovery, massive resilience. Actually, a miracle he's still alive. But yeah, huge things to overcome.
All right. Well, we'll just move quickly through. So this is Magna's overview, and you can see she's divided into three parts. So the first three things is about resilience. Then she's looking at resilience in the brain, and then we'll look at the end multiple intelligences and expressive therapies, and then questions and answers. So that's what she's looking at. Now, I've got this here. So, with your partner, can you come up with a definition for resilience? You got 30 seconds, go.
do it in my voice program all the time.
That's what I tell the kids.
Yeah.
I say, I'm using few things, whatever.
Yeah, I normally get a ball and...
Yep.
All right. Okay. Anyone got a definition, working definition for us?
I heard a thing the other day, it was like an elastic band, and so the resilience is the ability to return, after being stretched, to return back to its original shape.
That's a good metaphor. Anyone else?
The ability to bounce back like a ball when you get hit with adversity and get knocked down, that ability to bounce back up.
Okay, that's good. Oh, someone else? Yes?
I'd say it's also the ability to move forward and grow from that experience as well. Not just back to your square one, but also to be able to take the learnings from the interactions.
That's good. Anyone else? I like interaction. I'm a teacher, so please give me stuff. I love it. All right. So obviously one definition, capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, and Magna's got another definition there according to the American Psychological Association. Resilience is defined as the process of adapting well in the face of trauma or tragedy, threats or other significant sources of stress. So resilience is therefore the ability to overcome adversity and recover from stressful situations. And being resilient does not mean a person doesn't experience stress, emotional upheaval or suffering. And I often say to the kids at school, you don't have to be happy all the time. It's okay to be sad, and you don't have to be fulfilled all the time. And so you talk to a young person and say, how's it going? And they said, oh, life's boring. And the other response is boring is good, because there's nothing bad happening. So I think that's pretty good. All right. So the good news is we can all grow in our resilience. So I want you to think with your partner next to you. Who in the Bible do you most admire? It can't be Jesus, who showed resilience. And teaching technique here. So if you've spoken, you're not allowed to speak. So we've got to get the other people who haven't spoken. So I know we don't like this. So when we come around, we'll come around again and the others can speak. So have a quick think. All right. Who can give us some feedback? Ruth, why's that?
Just the things that she walked through, the decisions that she made. When she could have turned back and she could have gone back, but she decided to stay with her mother-in-law. Yeah,
that's a big one.
choosing to stay when she could have done the easy thing, which was to go back. Yeah.
Very good. Yes, someone else? Hasn't spoken?
Paul enjoyed a lot.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
And Job.
Job, yes. Anyone else?
Moses. He
Moses?
complained a lot, but
Yeah.
got the job done.
Oh, that's good. Sorry? All right. So Magna's given us some concepts here. Perseverance is the common theme in the Bible. Greek word, theology is more my background. Endurance, hupomone, and the combination of a word hupo, which is rising above. So there's an endurance that people have above whatever circumstances they're facing. And God grows us through sanctification. And, I always use the analogy, you only grow stronger by going to the gym and lifting weights, and that's the same with life. So, and obviously here, Jesus is our model of perseverance, enduring the cross and so forth. And obviously all the examples you've given. All right, now, difficult and stressful life events that you have experienced at your school in the last couple of weeks. 30 seconds, go.
even like goes even that step or it's even like higher.
Yeah, that's
That's it. It's like not from they're on the north side.
Okay. Who can give us some feedback here? What are some things you've experienced or you've talked to young people about?
Oh, suicide. Let's just name the big one.
Anyone else?
Yeah, we had just some senior students, just a culture among some of our senior students in regards to really derogatory sexual comments towards female students, and just the culture and not standing up and not speaking up. And
Okay, anyone else?
Just health crises.
Yeah. People present and you've got to deal with that immediately.
Like grief.
Yeah, grief.
Lose loved ones.
Okay, all right. All right, so Magna's put this one down. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And these are some of the things that you might see at school. Things like that. Yeah, so kids are experiencing so many different things, and life is so much more complex than possibly when we grew up. So, we'll just come back. Magda talks about the ability to bounce back. So you said it's like a ball, and adapt when we experience things, and to grow from those experiences. So she talks about these domains of resilience. So there's physical resilience, which is basically to do with health. And obviously those three things down the bottom, which I think we try and drill into our young people: sleep, diet, exercise is so important. Mental resilience there, so your ability to adapt and change and stay calm in times of crisis, solve problems, move forward and remain hopeful when faced with setbacks. And as you build bigger muscles with physical exercise, you can actually improve your mental strength. I know with sports coaching, those from Genesis, Stella and I were out coaching out at Longreach, and we sat and watched. There's a guy top level touch coach from who was the Queensland coach from Bundaberg, and I just watched him how he would coach, and what we saw, we were at the Longreach grounds. He would get one of his key players, and they'd go off by themselves, and he'd just sit and talk to them, one of the key people in coaching. And probably up to that point, I had done a lot of coaching but hadn't won a lot of things. Like, you'd always get to the grand final, you'd get here, you get there, and you'd always fall short. And I found, and I'd talk to him, what are you doing there? He said, I'm getting in the kid's head. I'm talking to him here mentally. He's got the physical ability, but I've got to get in here. And that totally transformed everything I do, where you get inside a kid's head and try and develop them and bring out the best in their sporting ability. We were playing rugby league tournament at Carina the other day, and our little year sixes are this high, and they were playing boys this high, and they were really, really scared. And probably they played the biggest, meanest side that won the competition first game, and they're all too scared to run onto the ball, some of them. And they had a bit of conflict because guys were scared. But in the second game, just before they were going on, you just walk around and talk to them, just talk to them individually and say, this is what you've got to do, this is what you've overcome. And one of them said, I'm really small, they're too big for me. And I said, no, you're only small up here. You've got to be big in here. If you're big in here, don't worry about them. So I think that's really, really important. Probably the other one too is emotional resilience. When they understand adversity and difficult emotions won't last forever. I often say to kids in grade 12, your biggest growth after you leave school often is the emotional development. And I say, I cannot define that. I don't know how I can explain that, but I just know that when they're moving into your teens and your 20s, that's where you're emotionally developing and going forward, and you're going through so much stuff. You might be learning, but there's this massive emotional development that they go through. And probably the social community resilience, and that's probably something that we talk about individualism, but when people get into communities and groups, they tend to become more resilient and go forward. And we've got people just isolating everywhere, and kids just staying at home or being on their computers or Facebook, and they're not getting in communities and going forward. So that's probably another one. All right, and probably next one is spiritual resilience. So just looking at that, if you're going to develop some spiritual resilience in a child, what would you do? What would you do? You got 30 seconds, go. How do you develop spiritual resilience in people?
Especially, if you're raised in a Christian family, it's easy just to go along with my parents and not having another
All right. Who can quickly give us something, some feedback for that? How do you develop spiritual resilience in young people?
Anna had a great one.
Yeah, I heard you said that's gold. So Anna, we're looking forward to this. Yep.
Helping them question what they believe in a safe way.
Yeah, they can express those doubts.
Being able to think critically about.
Yeah, and challenge.
That's good. Anyone else?
I think what you said earlier about sharing stories of overcoming, and people in the Bible who did that, and that it's normal to go through adversity, but this is how we overcome.
That's good. Very good. Anyone else?
Just making the spiritual conversation a part of a normal life.
Everyday life, yeah. That's good. And probably a lot of the studies here show that, and I think Peter said that, a meta-analysis of 40 independent samples reported that religious involvement is significantly and positively associated with longevity. And people live longer, have more satisfying, meaningful lives, and lower rates of depressive states. And research shows that people with high levels of religious faith and spirituality are associated with more adaptive and coping resources. I know my mother-in-law worked, she's a nurse, but she's working in an old people's home, and I think she was on a ward with, maybe, could be wrong, maybe 100 people with 1 or 2 staff at night time. And so she was very busy, but what she noted in these people was she could tell who the Christians were and if they were dying, and she could pick out the Christians without even them actually acknowledging they were Christians. She could see the difference, that spiritual resilience they had. So that was I found that really quite interesting. So it makes a difference. And obviously, I love what the Presbyterians called ordinary means of grace, where we get grace into our lives from the ordinary means that God has provided through prayer, through scripture, through church attendance, through fellowship like this. So we constantly need grace coming into our lives to help us grow. And I love that term the Presbyterians use. I think it's a really... All right, so how resilient are Australian adolescents? And Magna's put up some stuff here, and it's interesting to note that 2020, what's sort of happening there, and it seems to be dropping the later it goes in the year. I don't know, how have you found generally kids' resilience? If you've sort of been in this game a long time, could be a really long time or quite a short time. What are you seeing in kids' resilience in your neck of the woods? Up, down, or are they coping?
I feel like the resilience in the everyday problem solving is low, but their resilience to overcome adversity in their life or trauma is high.
That's good.
So
it's comparable to the resilience of their parents. Like if you're seeing like a few times where we've seen parents' resilience sort of drop because of what's happening in the world around them. We see the same happening with the children.
Okay, that's good. Now, have a look here with your buddy. Magna's brought up two different responses to resilience and the characteristic traits. What do you think, why is one group different to the other? Now, I know it's pretty obvious, but maybe you can summarise. So, why there's higher resistant levels with one group and not the other? What are you seeing? What's a common theme possibly there? Connection, relationship, obviously, love. Yeah, love. So community makes a massive difference. That's why obviously churches and Christian schools can just model community. I mean, we all fail in that in many ways, but we can show them this is what a real community should be like, a loving community. So it can make a big difference. All right, so why is resilience important? And probably that's some of the things there that won't probably... So I often use sporting analogies is getting kids to be mentally tough when they face really tough situations. And if you look at the Cowboys, sorry to use sporting analogies, but I'm a PE teacher too. With the Cowboys this year, they've become a lot more successful because they haven't had a structured training program. They'll just turn up and they do not know what they're doing that day. And the coach will just say, physically they train them super hard, but they want to develop them mentally. So they make them run up Castle Hill, I don't know, or Castle Hill, which way you pronounce it, and just repeats up there and getting timed. Or just, they don't know what they're doing, they turn up and they make their life uncomfortable. And they're trying to say, we're going to build you mentally so you can cope with whatever is thrown at you, rather than making it super easy. So that's important. Now, Magna's got a bit on the brain here. I'll let that go out with the PowerPoint. I haven't studied this since uni, and to be honest, I'm totally out of my depth. So, yeah, totally out of my depth. I know Dave well. I'll get him back, don't worry. Now, Magna proposes a framework for supporting secondary school counsellors and their students by integrating evidence-based theories, multiple intelligences and expressive theories. So in her experience, she said, Magna described that students' outcomes were enhanced when doing activities of students were included, not just talking. I do a bit of counselling with kids from across the range of schools, and I don't really counsel, I just listen, but I do a lot of card play, play, kicking the footy, and I find that works a lot better with particularly a lot of the boys. And a lot of the kids some of the boarders will take time out to come and see me, say, sir, can you just let us come and we'll just have some and have a yarn or a bit of a chat. So I know that works quite well. Oh. So we'll get into the theory of it. So that's Howard Gardner, and he developed the theory of multiple intelligences. And probably, as Magna puts here, that we look at intelligence quite in a narrow field. We limit it to a ATAR score or a result on a report card. But she says he developed these intelligences that's saying that it is far more. There's far more to intelligence than just an intellectual intelligence. So if we look at these, and this is where I'm going to try something a little bit different. These are all the different intelligences that are listed. Now, would everyone be comfortable to know what's your main intelligence that you like? Everyone would? Can I see a show of hands if you'd be quite comfortable? Who's looked at this before? We're all, yeah, okay. Who's this fairly new? It's okay? Oh, that's okay. No, please. So, verbal linguistic, we will look at these as writing, reading, telling stories, doing crossword. logical, mathematical. They're quite self-explanatory as, patterns, categories, problems, music here. Musical type of things with drums, visual, spatial, thinking images, pictures, body kinesthetics. I'm very kinesthetic. I know if I sit at my desk and try and think, nothing will come to me. But if I get up and walk or move around, that's when my mind churns. So getting ready in the morning when I would teach, or if I'm preparing a chapel message, I'll be thinking either cycling or getting ready in the morning, and so much more of my day starts to come to me. But if I'm just sitting, it doesn't. Then we've got interpersonal, intrapersonal and naturalistic, which is the environment. We'll develop those 6 and 7 a little bit later. Now we're going to do something really a bit different. Can everyone stand up and come out the front, please? So we're going to get, some of you may not enjoy this, but it should be fun. So out you come. This will be interesting with counsellors, because I wonder if you're all the same, if we're all the same. Or are we different? Okay. All right, now, we're not going to talk. You're not allowed to talk. You have to visually, and this is the kinesthetic thing, you have to visually try and represent your multiple intelligence and find, so you might be, look at the main one, you might be a couple, and you have to just move off into a space and start doing your multiple intelligence. And then try and find if there's anyone else in your category, and then get together and just mime that multiple intelligence. All right? Now, David is very good at drama. All right? Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Well, no, I've got more. Don't worry. So I will join in this. So. Getting us out of our comfort zone. So maybe just we can spread out a little bit. Why don't you start to do your multiple intelligence and see if you can join someone. Oh wow. Oh.
Talking over there.
Oh, wow. Has everyone joined something?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, stop. Okay, each group, have a quick chat to the person next to you, if that's what it is. And then someone's going to report from the group and tell me.
What was the question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I'm actually...
All right. We'll go to each group. Can you just report and tell us what your group was and what's happening?
Sure, we love each other. We don't be interpersonal.
Oh, wow. And what was your that? Oh, wow. And that's talking? Wow.
Oh, I thought when you were doing that, I thought, word smart.
Yeah. I thought birds. I thought nature. Yeah. What was yours?
Spatial. So I'm still looking for my people.
Oh, visual spatial?
Yeah.
That's all right. Boys?
Yeah, okay.
More, kinesthetic.
Okay. And how about you guys? This is
musical rhythmic.
Musical rhythmic. And do you use that with what you do?
As in?
Yeah, in your counselling and stuff.
I often do put music on for students, yeah. I always ask them if that's, and for those that maybe that brings relax or calm or an openness.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. Okay, thank you. Take a seat, and we'll probably get you to do a bit more. So, So,
getting up and down?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe come out the front, Dave. Especially you, Dave. So interesting. What's missing? Let's analyse this. What's missing, and is that because of the group of people? Because it might be a smaller number, or is it people with maybe that intelligence is not attracted to what we do? Here's a bit of high level thinking. This is a school teacher coming out. What's not here? What multiple intelligence is not here? And is that because it's not a characteristic of counselling chaplains, or is it just because we've got it's a very small sample that we're looking at? Anyone like to have a go? There's no correct answer here. I'm just trying to get... I like insight. I like people to look at insight and think beyond the box. Any ideas?
You're probably more likely to have certain intelligences that lean towards certain career paths and job roles and stuff like that. But at the same time, I think you would find that eventually you'd find somebody in this type of career or type of work that would be one of each of those things.
Yeah. Anyone else? I'm just thinking on my feet. Yeah.
We do it because we love to do it. We do it because we've chosen this. So if we've chosen to be around young people all day, and we're choosing to be in a role that's a supportive role, a role that requires connection, relationship, communication, then maybe it's more likely that we're going to have one of the ones that relate to, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. All right. Well, so what Magna is very passionate about is expressive therapies. So, and I know some of the students who at our school, Magna was at our school for a little while, and I got to know her quite well, mentioned how they really enjoyed going with Mrs. Keats and doing colouring in and drawing with her, and they found that very therapeutic. So there's obviously something really powerful here. And so expressive therapies are defined as a synthesis of client-centred expressive counselling principles and activities utilising creative arts, therapies and approaches to counselling that utilises art, music, writing, drama, movement, play, visualisation, relaxation. So just some of the theories she's got here. Expressive theories are based on psychological theories and focus on the client, the counsellor, and the ideas transferred between the two. Art, music, drama, and poetry. And going through the intelligences, and then here are some ideas of the expressive therapies. And this is what you use to do that, and then this is the resilience building that these therapies can have. So have a look at that. Have a 30-second chat with your buddy and see what's coming up. Have you used any of these, or have you maybe looked at a verbal linguistic and used something slightly different? We'll go through each one in a second. Okay, so any comment about that from your group? I don't know it's anything you, but it's interesting what resilience building it can do. All right, we might quickly go through them all. So verbal linguistic, and here is Magna's actually got this painting in her room. She had it actually in her office. And what you can do is do poetry. I don't know, I like quotes and memes. I find them very, very helpful. I'm the sort of person who texts articles to people or quotes to people. So I guess there's something there. and I learn a lot by listening to people. So writing a poem. Does anyone use poetry at all to help someone? Yes.
No, not me writing it, but actually inviting them writing. Yeah.
And have you found that? What's your analysis of how it works?
I think as a counsellor, you're always looking to work with their strength, and that have been one of her coping strategies. So I encouraged it.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, now, next one is mind mapping, so the logical mathematical. So you can, what you do is basically you start with a basic idea in the middle, so resilience, and then you do that with arms out to the side, and you just keep adding to it. You can add an image or a picture, so you can see here there's pictures, and just talking about procrastination or resilience, what you can do. That's sort of mind mapping, connect the main branches. I like charts too, so I sometimes find charts like that quite useful. It's interesting, there's no one probably logical mathematical here today, but that's obviously one that you can do, sort of mind mapping. That's a good one. The next one is drumming. And this is where David is going to come out and demonstrate his drumming skills. Oh, you forgot your drums, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't bring the gym.
Those tables, drum those tables.
Oh, this could get better.
Okay, so Magna's got a massive list here. So drumming releases endorphins and alpha waves in the brain. It helps control chronic pain, induces deep relaxation. In one study, blood samples from participants who participated in an hour-long drumming session revealed a reverse in stress hormones. And look, I could just go through all the dot points. There's so much here, so you should get that in the PowerPoint. Have we got about 3 minutes left? Is that okay? So I probably can't show you this YouTube. There's about 3 minutes of drumming here. So you'll get that. There's the guy who does drumming therapy works. Anyone done drumming therapy? You have? And how have you found it? It's fun. Good? Okay. All right. Okay. Visual spatial. With sculpting. So you can do the build resilience, so doing sculpting. Probably the next one, the body kinesthetic. Has anyone used the empty chair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to explain that quickly, Ruth, what the empty chair is?
No, you haven't got time.
All right.
It'll be on the notes.
Oh, okay. So with the empty chair, Dave, can you come out here?
Oh, you go.
So, we'll just grab this. So Dave in a session will sit here, and there's someone here, and maybe there's a situation Dave's had conflict through, or something's happened to them, and he, rather than telling me as his he speaks to the empty chair and tells them what's going on. So he says all that. Then what David can do is go to that chair, and what would the person possibly? Can you see from their angle what they think? Can you speak back to yourself? I disagree.
Why do you think that I?
So that's quite an effective way. I was just thinking something happened at school the other day. I woke up last night and I thought, why don't I try this? And I hopped in the chair of the person I was talking to, and I thought, yeah, I can see their point of view now.
That's actually smart.
John Stott, I don't know if he's a great theologian. He used to actually pray in the morning with an empty chair, and he said, God is with me, and that was his visual stimulation to pray in the morning. So he would just say, God's with me, and so that would be his focus. So that's quite good. Here's this next one, and I know there's a few people here that got together, and so again, there's too much to cover there, but the interpersonal. So people can work interpersonal and get different types of coping strategies. So that's a good one. And then there's the intrapersonal. and adjusting to sort of the majority of pupils developed a greater understanding of their behaviour, and these outcomes were still in evidence up to 2 years after intervention, Magna says from research. So doing self-reflection on resilience and do I bounce back after illness, asking those sort of questions, reflecting. And probably this last one is just getting out in nature. And probably I was listening to someone say about the Industrial Revolution, the thing that when everyone moved from the town to the city, that's people lost their concept of nature and just going out and enjoying God's creation and de-stressing in nature. And I think many, even just going camping, having grown up in the country, just seeing young people so terrified of spiders and snakes, like we were going on a walk, oh sir, do you think spiders are going to get us? And they were genuinely scared. And I just don't think that way. I suppose I maybe when I was little I did, but I don't do that really any longer or worry about snakes. So yeah, that was really interesting. But there's a lot of benefits for going out into the bush and developing there and having that intelligence. That's a fairly new one on the scene from my understanding. So even having I know Nambour Christian College has got a rainforest up there. So yeah. So
we just had a 4-day hike with year 10s. 2 different groups went out, and then as the classes came back, this is yesterday morning, we're sharing stories as staff on what happened. And one teacher shared with his group that while they were walking through this paddock that both groups had seen but on different days full of cows, on this particular day, this bull approached this cow and mounted this cow. And they said they all paused dumbstruck because they saw everything. It was like, oh, let's keep going. They just stood there for about 2 minutes. So they just, they got out of the nature.
Thanks, David, for that.
Sorry.
Peter doesn't have a PowerPoint for that.
No one needs anything.
So, yes.
Can I just say on this one, because it's actually taking the state secular world by storm, this intervention. And I run a cross Christian and state school, and in my state school they've started implementing what they call an walk, A-W-E walk, and basically the teacher takes the kids for like a 10-minute walk around the school, and they have to sit in nature and notice what's happening around them. And they are also doing, it's like an indigenous practice called Didiri, where you sit in silence in nature and you just sit and listen to what's happening around you. And we did it with a group of kids, and they started off doing it for 1 minute, and by the end of the term they could sit still in silence for 10 minutes.
Wow.
In this primary school.
That's good.
It's really interesting that this concept of nature and creation is such an area of growth in the secular.
Even I'm listening to a few secular podcasts about light, how getting that routine in the morning and getting light. Like this guy, this head's like, I wake up and sit on the veranda and get all this light into me in the morning. Well, I think, I have to go to work. I can't do that, but I can go for a walk in the morning. I live at Brighton, so it's just beautiful, the sun coming up in the morning, and it just blesses you so much. So it does make a difference, yeah. Whereas if you're just sitting inside in front of a screen, getting myopic in front of a screen, obviously. So yeah, thank you, that's a great example. There's a bit more to go, but I think I'm out of time, aren't I? So, and we've got another speaker. So how resilient are you? There's more notes here. So Magna's done so much work. She's got 2 pages of references, and there's lots of notes there. So, but thank you. And we've covered some stuff, so thank you. There we go.
Thank you, Peter, for covering for Magda so very well.
Oh, sorry.
The bonus story as well.
Yeah. Just... Yeah, we can't take him anywhere. We can't take him anywhere.
Thank you in all seriousness.
So hopefully that didn't get caught online.
All right, we'll move
audio for that.
move straight straight into Michelle's intro now. So, again, I'm sure many of you have heard Michelle. She's an award-winning speaker, best-selling parenting author, the teenage expert by the media, and sought after for her compassionate and grounded advice for parenting teens and teens.
Awesome, thank you.
Started her career as a teacher, but then left to develop Epic Cell,
Didn't actually
which
even.
is a boutique health promotion charity.
Just up here.
Today she uses her experience to write and speak at schools, community events, and through media, of which I'm sure many of us have been following. So please, let's welcome
Thank
Michelle.
you. Thank you. I'll just clip myself up. You all know me as just Michelle and your friend, because I've known so many of you for so long. I'm just turning this around here. But great to be with you again. I'm not going to do the whole PowerPoint thing. Is that okay? I just thought I'd just chill out. I'm the last speaker of the day. We've got to enjoy this, you know, have a moment together, and then we can go from there. But I know that so many of you have had your journeys over the last few years. There's so much change happening in the world, but in people's careers and people's lives as well. And you're on the front line of absorbing all of that change and helping kids where they're at. I know for me, I really started an interest in the 8 to 12-year-old bracket during COVID. And I think it was because Headspace was putting out stats that it was really our tween girls that were struggling the most. And I was surprised about that. I thought teenagers, hell, they're, you know, locked in a house, their parents. What could be worse than that? For them and their parents. And I really thought teenagers just being so socially driven and needing their peers so much that they would be the ones showing up in the research. But it was our tweens, and particularly our tween girls. And the more I started really thinking about that, I actually just started to delve into the research and start to look at developmentally where our preteens are at and how COVID may be impacting them in their journey. And the research was sparse. It was really, really sparse. There was so much on the early years, there's so much on the teenage years. But these kind of middle years, what are they known as? Like the easy, manageable, sweet and innocent kind of ones that sort of cruise through life a little bit. And the funding really hasn't been on that developmental age group. But I came across the most amazing lady. She's called Lisa Mundy, and the Children's Murdoch Children's Research Institute, and they had done some really groundbreaking work on this particular age group. And it really highlighted the fact that apart from those early years, there's not another stage in kids' whole life where their brain is so expansive and influenceable. Is that amazing? Like, I just love that thought. I mean, they just still think you're the bee's knees at that age, you know? And, you know, I can go into a little bit more of the research as we go, but what kept being highlighted is that we often see those years as, okay, they're on the onset of puberty and their bodies are growing and they're physically changing. But the reality is the social and emotional growth is of equal importance and pace to their physical growth. So you think about that. You know, kids are growing like bean sprouts, but inside of their minds, the same thing's happening. And at the same time COVID hit, the influx from schools was unbelievable. I was telling Louise, like for me, I was getting like literally 10 requests to come and speak at a school a day. And I was very overwhelmed with just the thought that that many people needed help as well. I was like, whoa, this is just like this flood of needing support. And principals and deputy principals were calling me and saying to me, Michelle, look, you know, especially in those year 5, 6, 7 years, Michelle, look, you know, I know kids are struggling, but we're seeing vaping in primary school. We're seeing self-harm. We're seeing this highly sexualized behavior. We're seeing conflict in the playground, in friendships like we haven't seen before, and we just, you know, need some kind of practical tools around this. And you can point the finger at everything, can't you? I mean, like from everything from technology to parents aren't doing their job. And we kind of go, well, it's a little bit of everything, you know. But clearly this age group was really struggling with teenage-ish issues. Now, this is interesting to me. Tweens have been called the new teenagers. I do not believe it with any ounce of my body. I've worked with teenagers all my life. They are a completely separate beast, aren't they? They smell different, they sound different. You getting a teenager on board and getting an 8 to 12-year-old on board, even year 7 kids, I mean, come on. It's a completely different ball game. And so I really reject the idea that tweens are actually new teenagers, regardless of the teen issues they may be facing. And I feel like we're doing them such a disservice if we come into their world and try and bring the same education in the same way just because they're dealing with the same issues. An excellent example of that to me is consent. We just wanted to talk about consent earlier. Well, you know, 14-year-olds, 10-year-olds, you got a different ball game there. And so it's being able to break things down so our kids can actually manage and filter hardcore messages really into their everyday world to make healthier choices. You think about how many messages our kids have heard in the media over the last 2 years. And we were talking, hey, it's the exaggerated language that they've heard constantly. Which again is filtering into their exaggerated responses to things, and we're leading the way here. I was talking to just another colleague yesterday, and she was just talking about events and the climate in Tasmania and whether to go ahead with an event or not. And we just paused and I sort of said, you know what, it's almost like this little bit of grief that we've been through, not a little bit, for some people a lot, you know, that there's been a lot of loss. And, you know, in the stages of grief, you kind of have a guilt to survive that and keep going through life and return to some level of normal, don't you? And it's that at the moment I feel like people are just not easily letting go of some of the disappointments that they're going through, and we're rehearsing a lot of them even with our kids, and we're dipping our toe into coming back in public, and we've still got a lot of intensity in our heads around the fear of that, and imagine how much more that our kids have. So I guess one of the things I feel like I can offer is just how to break stuff down for little kids, and understanding how big of an issue they're facing, but also be able to break it down into the language that really makes sense to them. So how does that sound so far? Does it make sense to everyone? You've kind of got I call it tween kingdom, like 2 mountain climbs, right? You've got this mountain climb over here, which is like you do a journey with a child during those tween years, and it's playful and expansive and it's experimental. And when they're naughty, they dip their toe in the water and they look at you just to check at how far they're going to be able to go. It's very like that blooming tree. It's as wide and as expansive as they can get it. But it's almost like they get to the top of the mountain these days, maybe 10, maybe 11, maybe 12, and they start to see a glimpse of teen kingdom before they're ready for that mountain climb. And their parents are like, let's just put the picnic blanket out here. Let's just, you know, relax and enjoy the moment here for a minute. And kids are on like this kind of like accelerated journey to get to the mountain climb so quickly, aren't they? And play, being a part of their lives, actually can really help slow that down. So should we talk about some things that like kids need? Tell me, what do you think during those 8 to 12 years, what makes a difference with communicating to them? How do their brains work? Just say we're talking about vaping. Just say we're talking about good choices. Just so we're talking about consent and body protection, all this stuff that technology, all this stuff that we're talking to kids younger and younger about. What's some key things do you think that they need during those years that really set them apart from those teenage kind of years?
Strong convictions, I think that's a really important thing. I mean, they develop them, that parents put that into them, and that so they're going to try and make good choices. Yeah. So you're saying, you know, these are strong values we have in our family. So we would hope that, and if then you're modelling that, they will come home and talk to you about it, and act that way if they're you know, strong enough to live out those values. So
you're saying like if we're modelling where we want to lead them, they're more likely to follow us at that age? Absolutely they are. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the big difference, isn't it? Teenagers touch and go whether they're following you or not, you know. Depends on the moment, you know. And when you look behind you, you're kind of like, where are they and how far behind me are they, you know? But with younger ones, they're actually asking us to be that source in their life and show them the way. And we've got such a responsibility at the moment, I think, leading them forward in this, leading them forward with healthy thinking, leading them forward in courage, leading them forward in finding those strategies that it takes for them to regulate who they are. Super important. Okay, Louise. Difference between tweens and teens in your mind. Tell me. You are right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I think the hormonal difference.
Yes. Yes.
But that is such a varying thing as to what age that kicks in. The sense of to impress their peers and that, you know, going from being led by the adults around them to focusing on what their peers think. And I think the combination of those two things, then how that plays out.
Absolutely. And development is just so different from child to child. Like some kids are like 6 foot tall in grade 6. I mean, I was with a boy this week, 2 days ago, and I was like, man, you do not look 11. Like, there was just, this kid's massive, you know. But inside you could see this, like, you know, emotionally, socially, he was a kid, like a baby. He was a little boy. And so there's these contradictions in their development from child to child as well. So some of them can start to care so much earlier what their friends think, what their parents wear. You know, all of that kind of stuff kicks into play a lot earlier, and some are just childlike for so much longer. Has anyone got any other key thoughts that are the differences?
First question, we're talking to our Year 9 Right Journey boys.
Yes, which we love that.
Our job is not to tell you what to do. Our job is to educate you about your decisions. The ultimate decision is yours. You get to make it. You've got to understand. This could be the outcome or this could be the outcome. So that comes down to you. Like, you know, every decision we make has positive and negative consequences. So you have to choose. But our job is to educate you and tell you these are the things. If you choose to do this, this is a possible outcome. This is the possible outcome, and you ultimately get to make that choice. Like, we don't want to say, well, I didn't know, because we want to provide that information and all that statistical information and all those, you know, stories and case studies is really, really important to show them.
Builds a picture,
what can happen, and this is what does happen, but you get to make that choice. But you know, making that choice, this is what.
You know what you're really nailing in on there? You're nailing in on that cognitive development, which so many people just bypass in the journey of it all, because we talk about them emotionally. Go on, Lou. No, go.
I was going to say, I feel like that age is a lot more engaged with their learning or want to learn because they haven't yet they're not distracted by all the other things going on. And I think that social emotional education around, so, you know, rather than all these things are bad in the teenage years, understanding the why behind it. I think they love to learn at that age about their brains and how everything works. So I think if you can capture that really intentionally, then they're a bit more equipped.
And think when they're teenagers, they've got this complex thinking, so you're presenting them with options, and they've got the capacity to sift through that and weigh up pros and cons and challenge ideas and thoughts. That's what the teenage brain does. Now you take that 2 years earlier, and for some kids, I mean, this is a sliding scale age-wise, but you take that a little bit younger and they're sitting there going, thinking, what's thinking? Options, what's options? Just tell me what to do. You know, be the source here. And that's actually like sometimes with grade 7s, you know, like you're sitting with them one-on-one talking to them about their lives, and especially some of our boys who are a little later off the mark with development, they're like thinking, you know, just they're still in the place where give me the gift and I'll take it, you know. So I think there is such a key thing. What's the difference between concrete thinking and more complex thinking? What is it? I mean, this is to me where it all just drills down. One thing that's really big here is helping kids join the dots. A teenager will join the dots vastly, widely, and mainly back to their peers. Yeah? And it's all about me in the teenage years. I mean, if you want them to be anything but selfish, it's totally unrealistic. You know, they've got to be selfish, and it's in the most necessary of ways because they are specialising on themselves in those years. Their brain is pruning to become this unique person. But you get a tween, an 8 to 12-year-old, you've got to help them join the dots to tangible, concrete things in their life. When I talk about consent to kids, I talk about soft nose and hard nose, right? But I give them a soft pass that's easy to catch. It's very unlikely to do a lot of damage. And then I throw them a really hard ball, which is meant to take somebody back. So we're trying to link like probably pretty complex concepts to the stuff they actually use, know and understand in life, because that's what concrete thinking is all about. When kids get the puberty talk, the misconceptions are just adorably hilarious. You know, girls saying to me, so like, is periods like turning a tap on? You know, Niagara Falls, you know, like I've had boys put up their hand and say, like when we're talking about girls' reproductive parts, so miss, where are my bits? Thinking that they've got a version of those somehow living in their body. They're very concrete, they're very tangible with things. And I think in the way our kids have seen the world in the last few years, if they think that they're going to hug grandma and she could get sick and die, that's a big deal in our kids' lives, isn't it? Because they're taking things so incredibly literally. I know a lot of us work on that grade 7 cusp of things. Development can be like this, can't it? Like some of them are just like, they've got it going on, you know? And when you give them a direction or your advice, they can tell you A, B, C, D, why that's not going to work and which way they're going next. That is a complex thinking brain kicking into gear. The ones that don't will just often get called good. It's not quite accurate, is it? But they will just very willingly follow your lead with whatever's going to happen. Does anyone have any other thoughts about that difference between tweens and teens, especially with communicating to them?
I'm hearing you say that even in a secondary environment,
yes,
where sometimes you've got, well, often you've got teachers who are teaching year 11 and 12, might have a humanities class, but then they've got a year 7 maths or English.
Yeah.
That because of the clientele is so different, that those younger ones, those tweens, effectively really need that concrete
yeah.
understanding.
Mm-hmm.
This is the rules
mm-hmm.
in a way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep me safe. I wish I could high five. Let's just high five that idea.
Yeah.
Because this is where even high school teachers, if they could visit a primary school setting, it would do them the world of good. The trouble is it happens the other way around. We take our grade 6s to the high school setting. Yeah?
This is helpful because we are trying to bring adult concepts, even into teenagers.
Yeah.
Very complex themes and that, and trying to expect them to think like even adults, which is not very helpful.
It's not landing.
That's right.
It's not landing. If we were teaching life skills well, our kids would have the skills. Does that make sense? There's a disconnect. And I think it's their experience is not matching what we're teaching them at that time in the right way. I was talking to an ABC producer of, there's a show called Mickey versus the World, which is a life skills kind of show, very creative kind of show. And she was just talking to me about consent and how hard it was for them to break down the basis of consent. And when I talked to her about non-sexual consent and we had those kind of conversations, and then I'm like, okay, let's break it down into the core skills. And it's just breaking things down in a way that if I pick that up and use that literally, would it work? Does that work? And when you're even looking in a high school with some of our grade 8 boys, yeah, they're young.
Yeah.
They're really young. And some of them have got hormones, but not a lot else going on here. You know, cognitively, they're not at that point. Anyone else got anything else? While you're being magical for me here?
plus what they're exposed to. So just the context of
100%.
Sports training, you've got different grades teaching them in the afternoon, and then you've got some of these older kids and what they've been exposed to, and you just go, and don't.
Absolutely.
You shouldn't be speaking like that anyway, but
Yeah.
there's young kids here, and you're thinking, what are they exposed to?
100%.
And so there's so much different.
Absolutely.
And then if they've got older brothers and sisters or whatever's happened at home, and you're just going.
I feel like our kids are so challenged to let go of childhood before they're literally developmentally letting go of it. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like even the way we talk to grade 6 kids going into high school, it's like high school's a threat or something. In high school, you won't be able to do that, you know. I'm just like, oh my gosh, shush, with high school, you know, like the pressure they feel like they're going to be walking into, especially kids who are making big transitions to just, just standalone high schools. The pressure they feel at that moment to let go of what they know about their childhood and somehow make this giant leap. Maybe, just maybe, that they're actually making too big a leap and there's some pieces in the puzzle missing.
Yeah, for sure.
Just maybe. And just maybe so then when I have a grade 7 girl who sends a full body nude to a boy who hasn't put the pieces together about even what's going on here, and then she's facing pretty big consequences with a childlike cognition. She doesn't even understand the idea behind the idea. We can't deal with that the same way we deal with that as a 14-year-old. We've got to somehow break that down so that they're kids. Can I give you some thoughts that I've just found really supported by research? One of them is this, right? The daily debrief that you see tweens do. Have you seen them after school with their parents? And it's a blow-by-blow account, isn't it? And Amy said this, and then John did this, and then the sandwich fell on the floor, and then da-da-da.
My daughter, she's in grade 7.
Yes.
I said, sitting at the table with the kids the other day,
Yeah.
how was your day? She literally got out a piece of paper and a marker. And I was like, at this time I did this, at this time I did this.
Really?
She's quite analytical.
Can I use that story?
Yeah, she literally
This is good.
coloured markers.
Okay.
And did a play-by-play. Like in this session we did this.
Wow.
So the other kids are like, oh yeah, we did this. And she's like, and went through the whole.
Can I explain to you why?
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Okay, because that sounds so weird, doesn't it? And I watch kids following their parents after school, and they're going to the grocery store, and they put "and" on the end of every sentence, don't they? And they're waiting just for you. Are you going to be interested or not? And they try and watch for the cues, like, do I keep going or don't? Their brain is practicing, organising, okay, and sequencing thoughts. Yeah. So you tell a 7-year-old, what to do in the morning, they're lost and they're all over. They're relying on your brain to do that for them. When they're at this age, they're all of a sudden practicing, organising and sequencing these thoughts, and that's why we get these blow-by-blow accounts. And if you're in a counselling room with a child who is 10, 11, 12, they start from the very beginning, don't they? The very beginning. And I want you to say to yourself, what a glorious thing. They're practicing organising their thoughts. So there's a point behind it. So let's tick that one off, okay? We've kind of covered this, I think, a little bit, but they actually want you to be the source. Okay? Don't let go of that role too early, because they're lost without that attachment. They're not yet attached to the wider world and their peers. And if that attachment moves too early and we start pushing them into this complex thinking before they're ready for it, they are going to feel like they're in the deep end, not knowing where to swim. So right now, the love kids have for you, for me, like those years where they still just kiss, heart at the end of everything. Mate, don't let go of that until they're ready to let go of it. Because I feel like sometimes we need to make sure that we flip it. We're not ready to let go of them, but often they're not ready to let go of us. Even in a year 7 setting, I'll tell you what, the schools that do it well have home teachers and support networks that it's almost like a family for kids, and there's these really steady places for kids to go to that it's not like going to a teacher because they need a lot more than that at that age. They just need safe bases and safe attachment points. So that being the source and not being, like you pointed out, it's like you're modelling and bringing values to the table when they actually really want to go, so what's so bad about vaping, Mum? You know? They're actually wanting to hear your opinion on it. So if they're asking, let's give it to them. Okay, we've covered this a little bit, but please help them join the dots, because their brains can't do it on their own. They can't make sense of complex things without having really big gaps in their knowledge, and I feel like that's where they're getting really lost. And we've always got to bring it back to, what does this child already know? What has this child already experienced? How can I build on what's existing in their brain to help make this really complex situation make sense? Can anyone think of a conversation that you've had where it's been a big conversation for the child and you've had to layer it up to get them to that point of understanding? Can anyone think of a topic, an example? It's probably a ton of them. You would be brilliant at this.
I wonder whether one of the ones would be in a separated or a recently separated parental setting, and the child is left with, it's either my fault or Dad doesn't love me anymore, or something like that, and helping them put into place adult situations, kid situations, join the dots about love and how Mum and Dad will figure this out.
Absolutely. So you're taking a really messy, emotional, complex situation, and that's the skill, Ruth. That's what you do. So you bring it down, you lay it out, you do the list for them, and help them make sense of it all. And even within that, then they're looking to you to be the source to actually, so how come adults think like that? And how come this? Because there's even stuff in that they need you to bring your expertise. That is a perfect example. It's joining the dots, isn't it? Between experience and I'll save that. Let's keep going. Okay. Kids at this age, I find, have a lot of trouble asking genuine questions because of siblings being around, of being in front of classmates, of feeling like they're going to look silly because they have to appear more grown up than they actually are. And number one, because they're not joining the dots, it overexposes their lack of complex thinking. So when you're in a classroom with kids, some classrooms create this amazing culture where there's, you know, no dumb questions and people can be free and ask. But even within that, because the social status is starting to change, they're all different, and it's starting to become more peer-led. They're starting to become more self-conscious and aware of where they're placed in the world. The moment a child puts up their hand and asks a question that is not socially shunned or they get laughed at, it's just a massive, massive thing for them. And I think being able to allow space somehow for kids to know where they can find us, and when they ask a question, realise there's normally 3 questions behind that question. And they hide the real questions. They start here, but behind it is, and this happened today and I didn't understand that. And then I'm worried about this. And I had this really strange thought. What was the one yesterday? Kid asked me, it was something about childbirth and dying, right? So she started off with this question and I knew it wasn't the question. And then she gauged how safe I was going to be with her heart in that moment. And then we went to the next question, we went to the next question. And you know what she was afraid of? She was afraid that someone could die when they had a baby. And then there's a whole lot of questions behind that. So it's making sure there's room for multiple questions, especially with this age. Okay. Probably like you suggested, helping kids cut down the complexity. When life gets overwhelming for me, what do? I write a list. I write 10 lists. I break it down. I've got a personal list, I've got a decision-making list, I've got a to-do list, and I've got a next week to-do list that catches the overflow. I mean, it's the only way I can cope. you know. Kids need frameworks when they get overwhelmed. What are we seeing with our kids? So much overwhelm, so much anxiety. I mean, like, that's just their little brains are on overload.
Breakfast, they brush their teeth, they put their lunchbox in their bag. And every time they're lost, they come back to the list. The more we can help kids simplify what's going on up here into frameworks that are visual and make sense, the better. And that's why I love, like, I talk about like guiding principles of friendships to them. So there's like 10 of my guiding principles, and it's not that because they're transferring from that concrete to complex thinking. I don't want to tell them what to do all the time, but I need to break it down enough that cuts the complexity out of it. So, you know, I might have, okay, here's 5 guiding principles. Tell me which one you think is the best for you right now. I mean, one of the guiding principles is that we're all learning, and so we need to give people margin for error. Another one is there's a time to drop the rope. That means, like, is it time to walk away? Is this time to drop the rope? People don't come with remote controls. So who are you trying to control? And again, they're all tangible things. Hey, I'm talking about a rope. I'm talking about a remote control. I'm talking about leaving margin or space. Another one is space solves most things, because they all want to do the black and white thinking. The besties, the enemies. We're either going to sort this out or we're breaking up, you know. There's nothing in between that. So space solve most things. What's another one? Only a few people have a backstage pass. So trying to link it to things that they understand and simplify things so they've got pictures, choices, and keep it sort of flowing nicely for them. How to support their expanding worldview and that transition between concrete and complex thinking is a really interesting one. Until about 8 years old, they only see things from their perspective. Completely. They think that everyone thinks the way they do. Like, they don't understand that every single person in this room thinks differently. None of us are the same. So we're all right now have very different responses, very different thoughts. We cannot compare anyone to anyone else and fit them in the same kind of bundle. We're all unique human beings. And when kids hit that 8, 10, 11, what they start doing is recognising other people's perspective, and then when they're young, they start calling the family up the road weird because they do things differently than they're allowed to eat dinner while they watch television. You know, like, that's weird because they're experiencing things that they're not familiar with. So as their worldview is expanding, they're going to think a lot of wrong and weird for a while, until they're able to assimilate what they're thinking into different points of view. And that process there can actually be a really dangerous process, because they can jump from going, Mum and Dad are right, everyone else is weird and wrong, to what's wrong with you? And the whole other world is wrong, you know? So we're flipping it completely. So helping put those guardrails around them at that time, whereas there's some things that, you know, I'm the decider on, and other things they get to be flexible on, can really, really make a difference. Hands up, or not hands up, I feel like, sorry.
Peter did it before, it's all right.
Honestly, I've been talking to way too many kids, haven't I? Hands up here, yeah. Have you noticed that shift with their thinking? And I guess my challenge, as I close, because we want to get you out of here on time. What, am I on time? Yeah, I'm on time. Okay. I guess my challenge is this. Regardless of what a child looks like on the outside, can you check in with yourself and ask yourself, where are they at in their cognitive development? Where are they at socially? And where are they at emotionally in their development? Not just their social status, but in their development. Which actually gives you all the clues on how you can best position yourself in their life. if they're 6 foot, but they're still babies, you know what they need from you? They need from you to be the source a bit more and lead them a little better. And if they're not, and they're all prickly and they're teenage-ish, they need you to take 1.5 metre rule definitely with this, you know, and then champion their own thinking in their own space. And if you can really be child-led in it and take their lead, I feel like we could fill in a lot of gaps that are happening with our young ones at the moment. So there you go. Have I got any? Mr. Ethan, give me how long have I got?
You got 15 minutes.
15 minutes, fantastic. What do you want to talk about? Anything. Let's do it. You done for the day? You can have another one. What do you want to talk about? Bring out something interesting to you in your world.
As you were talking, I thought about a situation a few years ago where I've been working with this grade 5 girl since she was in grade 3, and all of a sudden she just went feral, and there's no other word for it. She was writing swear word notes about the teacher and all sorts of things, and physically she was developing into more of a teenage body.
Yes.
And it was just one of those all of a sudden sort of things. So we got the parents in, but only the dad came, interestingly. And I said, so we don't know what's going on. Do you have any idea? No idea. When do you have time in the week? And I knew that this girl was at school from 7 in the morning till about 6 at night in after school care every day of the week.
And she's growing.
And she's growing. And I said, okay, so when do you have time in your week to, for her to ask you some questions if something's going on? We don't really have that time. I said, can you just carve out 5 minutes? Find 5 minutes in your week to spend with her. Do some sort of one-on-one activity, even if it's a chore. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. By the end of the term, she was getting student of the week. And that's the only thing that had changed, was that her dad spent 5 minutes a week with her. And it was...
So when their world is chaos, what do? We double down on connection. It's really not that complicated, is it? It's just I don't know. We talk so fancy about ourselves. What do human beings need? They just need time. I just, the amount of parents lately have been telling me their kids are not confident. And I'm just you expect them to be? Their whole insides are changing. Their whole social environments are changing. I mean, I remember my boys going through, or one of my boys particularly going through a patch where he would not wear a collar shirt. The self-consciousness around him. We went to a wedding in a t-shirt one year. He would not carry a gift into a party because that would make him look silly. So the intense development that's happening, and they're looking for somewhere sure to put their hands, and if we can, get parents to carve out 5 minutes of time, look at the difference. Look at the difference. I wonder if the goal really should be confidence or helping our kids just be courageous. Bundle up all those really crappy feelings and name them and acknowledge them. When I start writing a book, I'm okay, what's the feelings here? I'm not good enough, I've got nothing to say, I can't write anyway, having come from a very educated home, I can name them all, I promise. If I don't put a plus right there and add a tiny bit of courage, my life experience will be very different. So I just feel like the goal with our kids right now, particularly, should be helping them just add a tiny bit of courage. And that's not pulling a positive affirmation out of the sky and saying it 100 times about themselves. It's got to be just that small step, isn't it, into something a little stronger. Yeah. Can you see the development all over the place with kids? Exactly like you're saying. And what are they looking for in that time? Not for us to let go, but for us to lean in.
I remember a student saying, the only time I get attention from my mum is when I'm in trouble, so that's what I do.
Our brains are wired to do it the quickest way possible. So what's the quickest way? So their body, their brain knows. Quickest way to get mum's attention. Why do teenagers pick so many fights at home? certainly not because they're right. They know they're not. It's to get attention. And they do it in an unhealthy way, clearly. But attention's at the core of what we often need. What else? What's going on?
It's the engagement, the declining engagement of boys, particularly. I'm seeing over recent years an increasing disengagement from the Indigenous group, not just the Indigenous, but the Māori, Pacific Island, but then also boys, like it just is progressing, and girls as well now. So the inability, I would say, of the school or the system, the adults, to engage these young people in a way that engages them, where they're interested. We know that they're capable. That's what I find, that's what's really tugging at me over the last few years, is trying to engage, and mainly the boys, because I think...
Purpose, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's finding purpose in what they're doing that makes sense to them. There's belonging and it's purpose, and it's, unless they can see who they are in the world and make sense of it, like it matters and it's meaningful, why do they care about that maths sum? I think education has gotten very out of touch with...
This is
not
hard.
start.
This is so hard. Like we know
hard.
so much now.
Yeah.
We've got so much psychology in an education degree.
Absolutely.
We're so much worse at it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of information these days, would you not say? Like, I mean, our kids are flooded with it in the school system. I feel flooded with it. And sometimes I feel like saying, oh, let's just press the snooze on it all, and just really, we're all saying the same thing in 100 different ways, is that people need to belong and feel meaningful. Like, and when you strip it all back, how do you help 12, 13-year-old boys do that? How do you help them feel belong? How do you help them feel meaningful? Really interestingly, along this lines, I was listening to some information this morning about conflict. And the research is saying that when kids experience conflict, and let's put that in the lines of tension with the school system, not able to hand in assignments all the time, whatever, whenever they experience conflict, it's actually getting in the way of them finding purpose. Because the pain of conflict, particularly for our boys, is so intense that it's just putting them off finding purpose. So there's a real correlation between wanting to avoid conflict, Polynesian culture, and purpose, which I found really interesting. I'm big on purpose in kids. If they can find their blueprint at a young age and find voice to that blueprint, that's so powerful, isn't it? You know? And it's the multiple intelligences.
I was going to say, with the Islanders, and probably everyone knows some of the Indigenous kids, they're so family orientated. So just tell us about your family. They just light up. And then, here's my granddaughter, here's my daughter teaching here. Oh, wow. And so, I mean, it may not help their maths, but I know we all know this.
No, as a chap, I'm not worried about so much. But no, it's that engagement.
Yeah, and I mean,
to share. Like when we get them together in a group, I just tell stories. With the Year 8 boys, we just play heaps of activity and just tell stories, bring guests in. I'm telling the story of Joseph in the Bible, going through it and recapping, and over a period of weeks, now and again, they just nail him. Why was he in prison? He's telling Potiphar's wife, I'm like, these guys got no idea about the Bible, God, or anything, but they are into that story. And the diligence, the unfairness. You're diligent, you do all well, and anyway.
And it's easy to say we need to get back to the ancestral basics of life, right? It's easy to say all that, but in the pace that we are living and the dynamics around us, there's so many hurdles to that are real hurdles. That it sounds all romantic in theory, and to implement it in schools that are like a rat race, where everyone's trying to push through curriculum that's actually impossible to teach in a term. I mean, the amount of grade 12 kids I'm seeing just burnt out at the end of their school experience. They're taking a gap year not to experience life. They're taking a gap year just to get well again. And that's really sad.
Just schoolies and then you go.
So, yeah, that's right. It was just like, let's take a week off, we start our trade next week, or, you know, and there was a bit of go. There's no go in our kids. And the workforce we're losing is early 20s. They do not want to work. They don't. If there's a way around, out or under, they're taking it. And I feel like, what do we, like if you think about like all the age groups in society and who should be carrying the weight and who's got the physical stamina, right Ruth, for that? It should
Might
be.
not me.
But you are carrying it more.
Yeah.
The grandparents are. You know, there's people hanging on in careers because they've got no one young coming up and there's no one trained. So it's just these young ones coming out of school. So we do what we can with the ones that we can, try and make a difference in their lives. But it's real. And I think if there's anything we can really foster at the moment, it's courage and a sense of what's most important.
I think with boys too, they are slammed from pillar to post, how bad they are, and they're all predators, and you just see them sometimes, they're just sitting there in these talks and they're just, they can't say anything and they just feel like they're being, and it's true about some, but there's a lot
I was in a school last week and I got asked to come in and mop up after a bit of a mess, and I spoke to these boys and it was beautiful. I had a beautiful time with them, and I was like, yeah, go Michelle. It was like, yeah, but it was like, honestly, these kids don't think about gender the way we do, and I feel like some of our old history is seeping into the way we're presenting our conversations with them. In saying that, horrific stuff in schools being passed around yesterday at Sydney School, and look, there is I guess an element of still kids that will make bad choices, but I will say it's not a school's fault, and there's things that kids do without even their parents knowing as well. Like, kids are gonna make some pretty big mistakes. It's how we show up for them in those moments that really matters, and it shapes their narrative about who they are and what they have to offer. That I agree with boys. Yeah. And they feel powerless, they feel quite helpless. It's not a good frame.
Yeah, they're checking out of leadership.
Yep.
They're not, it's like, whatever, you do it.
I don't want the pressure.
Yeah. They're not stepping up at all.
Yeah.
I think that's the big problem we're having, into that older gap with the male suicide rate on the absolute incline. Because if there's no purpose, there's no drive out of school, hit the outside world, what's my purpose and meaning?
And got nothing. They're coming up with nothing. Like, I used to sit with kids 10, 20 years ago that have some inclination of what they were good at or where they were going in life. It's just blank slate.
Well, there's being a YouTuber, that's possible.
Or a Fortnite gamer.
And then when they realise how much work that is, that just goes down the tube. Because that is actually, like, if you want to make money as an influencer, that is relentless work.
Yeah.
And how many percentage actually do it out of
Do you know the percent that do it? The ones that are obsessively committed to it. And it's a personality thing more than anything, to being able to be obsessively, because that internet just will take as much as you
And
can
it's an
possibly.
odd personality type. I've seen some of the YouTubers. My son watches, like, that's a weirdo, let's get out the back.
It's what he's saying.
Also,
I think what you were saying earlier in terms of when they're when you're talking about the tweens and that sort of stuff, they're looking for that identity and that connection to the safe and important adults in their life, whether it be a teacher or a parent or those sort of things. So it's that opportunity that we have to actually speak these things in terms of hope. What does it mean to be a man? Especially in today's society, what does it mean to actually be respectful? And what does that look like? And how can we model that in an environment where they're ready to lap it up and want to learn these sorts of things?
And then the beautiful thing about some of our positions, not all of us are in this position, but when we are able to go through the journey with kids, and you've been that trusted place, then they turn into, you know, teenagers, which has a different developmental purpose. Like, they're not bad, wrong, naughty. It just is what that is. I said to these grade 12 kids, I said, some of these teachers here, because I could see some of them had quite a good bond with some of them, I said, they have been your safe base for 6 years here. So when you leave and you come unstuck or you have a question about a relationship, don't think for a minute you can't access the people that you've normally accessed. It's not like you're stolen and cut off from this. And I feel like with school even, that ability to just say, hey, I'm just an adult in your life. I don't have to be, you know, here. If you need something, you can actually get back in contact. And one of the boys went, yeah, like, as in, like, that makes sense. It's like you've looked up to this person since you were in grade 5. So who are they going to turn to when they're 14? It's you. It's the safe people. So anyway, that's my little inspiring rah-rah for the afternoon. How's that? Hey, lovely to see all your faces. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Michelle. I know you've just confirmed a couple of ideas that I've had lurking in the background for a little bit and sparked a few more, and I can tell from the notes here similar things for you guys too. So
Will you check out my online show for kids? It's 8 to 12. It's pretty fun. So it's for schools but also for families to spend time talking about this stuff and drilling down on it. So.
Is it on YouTube?
On my YouTube, yeah, my Insta famous page. No, no, actually, it's on my website, and it's behind. We're securing the chat, so it's not on YouTube. So it's behind a kind of a platform, 2 programs we're running just to monitor the chat as it comes in. But it is interactive, so kids get to chat with it in segments through the show, which is they love that because it's all grown up. You know? They get to use social media. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Thanks everyone who joined us online, and the sweets and the fruit and the drinks have been left out, so please feel welcome to grab snacks for the drive home. Load up a napkin and to help stay awake while you drive home. I hope you have a really safe trip home. Enjoy the weekend. On behalf of ACS, Lynn and Ethan, thanks for being here today. And yeah, have a good weekend soon. Thank you.
Great. My pleasure. I use up to the school computer. I've had trouble the last 2 weeks with my issues. So I'm going to try it on the school computer this week. If it doesn't crash, then I'll get mine checked.